Well, it's 6:01. There is an error loading your app. There appears to be something wrong with it. Oh dear. Ew. I see me. So when we talk about e-portfolios, we have to talk about artifact curation. And
hi, Laura. We're here. Can you hear us okay?
hi.
Hi. I just wanted to let you know we're here.
Golly, my Google keeps. I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sounds great. You're live and people are on there viewing, so go ahead and feel free to get started. When you get a pop-up, there's a smaller window inside that you need to click out. Don't click out on the main page, but that it's just because it's an old app. Yeah, like that message right there, you can go ahead and just
okay.
Okay,
so it just says control room. There is an error loading your app.
Yes, choose close or cancel, excuse me.
Well,
underneath the word live.
Cancel.
Yeah, underneath
okay.
the word
Every
live.
time I X out, it kicks me out of Google completely, and I have to re-log in. So I'm clicking cancel this time. Okay.
Perfect. Perfect. All right, we're ready to go. You're live, and I'll go ahead and be in the background.
All right. So okay, so you should see my screen, and it says let's chat. Let's talk about artifacts.
Perfect.
And we're talking about artifacts because that's the foundation of any e-portfolio creation. And so when we think about what our students need to know, they need to know, I know I'm not on anymore. Okay, so our students need to know how to create an artifact, curate an artifact, collect an artifact, and then collaborate with their artifacts and on their artifacts in building e-portfolios. And so as they develop these skills, that's really the how-to things that teachers need to teach their students. And then knowledge, the knowledge of why they're collecting these artifacts, curating them. That means purging, keeping. Those are critical thinking skills that are built during building an e-portfolio. So I thought we'd take an opportunity to build some e-portfolio today as we go and talk. These slides that are in here can be edited by you, and I'm hoping that we collaboratively build this slideshow so that we can then put it into a portfolio, an e-portfolio, and collaborate and see how that works as well. So we want to have you, if you'd like, to go to mymigo.com and join as a student, and I'll give you the code and walk you through it. You want to sign up now, and you're going to join my class. You can see I have an ECG 2017 class, and we're going to curate, talk about curation and creation of artifacts. I actually did my first sketch note for this, so I feel like that's something worthy of an e-portfolio. So you want to click sign up now, and you're going to click, you're going to, sorry, I'm already in. You're going to go down to sign up as a student. Sign me up as a student. Click that. Fill out the form. And when you get to here, it'll say class code. And that's where we're going to put this code right here. And that will get you in, and let's build some portfolios together. Artifacts come in all shapes and sizes. I wish I could see. Yeah, there's the code. And in. Oops. So as we think about artifacts and we think about what goes on in our classroom, hey Cassie, hey Carrie, see that you've joined the class, that's great. So when you get to the dashboard, you have a drop-down box at the top that says classes, and you can see that I've already loaded some class artifacts. Hey, there was an awesome global professional learning Padlet out there. So I just linked that in as an artifact because I use Padlet a lot in my class. We use it for all sorts of different things. So you can just link that in and curate that as an artifact when we talk about artifact curation. Why would we want to do that? Well, I use Padlet often as formative assessments. Ticket out the door, use it as Post-it notes. So a student could literally add a Padlet link to an e-portfolio and discuss and reflect on how they've improved on their ticket out the door. If you have ever noticed, there is a severe disconnect sometimes between what you have as an essential question that you want answered and what those very short 1 or 2 word answers describe on a little Post-it note. So students really have an opportunity to grow as they think about what they've done in class and learn and really move forward in developing a sense of how important these formative assessments are. And so a series of Padlets that show growth in completing tickets out the door is a very important step in engaging in our classwork. I already have the slideshow that I was talking about right here that I've started and that I want us to be able to collaborate on. So I've shared it with everybody, and you have editing rights. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to ask, what is an artifact? If you can click on that slideshow, you can actually answer, what is an artifact? So I'm going to go back and do that again. So the second artifact right here is the slideshow that I've linked from Google Drive. We're going to read more, take you directly to the Google slideshow, and we could talk about what is an artifact. I'd like to show you my sketch notes that I did. and put that up as an image. So I'm going to do that now. Feel free to type your own comments about artifacts. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go back to Migo real quickly and grab an image. Oops. Sorry, my fingers are not, I didn't have enough coffee. So I told you I tried my first sketch note this morning on what is an artifact. And so this is a great example of something I could add also to an e-portfolio. Oops. So I'm going to snip this. Right now I'm just looking at, so let's just do some overall data. I don't want to use any. I'm going to snip this right here. And let's just assume this is an individual child's. This is going to be one of my whole classes, but I don't want to share student personal information. So I'm going to save that image. Put it up in my ECG 2017 file, and I'm going to say benchmark data, save. Now, if I go back to Migo, what I would do is, as a student, you have my artifacts. So you would click browse for files and you would go and pull it, okay? I'm going to log back out as a teacher and come back in as a student so we can see how that works. Because we want to collect that. Oops. So with my artifacts, no students can see my information. So if I'm putting my benchmark data in there, nobody else can see it. If I share it as a class, everybody can see it. So I'm going to save it right there. Now I want to add this to my portfolio. You can see I've already got a portfolio going on here. I've added a few things already. There's that Padlet we were looking at. There's our slideshow. Oh, there's the video. So I'm going to edit here, and I'm going to pull in that benchmark data. I'm going to add it here. Maybe I think it's so important, I'll move it up a little bit. I think I want it up at the top. That's a good reflection. So we're going to put that up there. And then we want to add a text box. And what should we say? This benchmark data shows that I need improvement in understanding, I can't remember, I think this is World War II. Is that what we did? I plan to get a peer mentor and have study sessions after school. I'm going to reflect on that, and I want to make sure that reflection goes up underneath what I'm talking about so I can rearrange things. And if I need to edit it, I just go up here. I can always center it, whatever. Okay. What'd you think of that? That's an artifact, isn't it? All of these things are artifacts. Pictures are artifacts as well. So you can see not only, yeah, that was World War II, post-World War II. We want to go back and let's always save. Consider some other things. Pictures. A picture paints 1,000 words. So we can see that I did my first sketch note and I want to add that. Depending on who loads it, you can change the title of it and rotate, etc. Let's see. I'm going to add. Oops. Let me play this right. Woo! Now I can see. And that video plays right in. Taking video is a wonderful way. I have used video in the class and videotaped students collaborating, talking about how they're going to do their project-based learning, creating sunglasses. They had to use recyclable materials and build two prototypes of sunglasses. So I videotaped them collaborating. So for some of the students that aren't always engaged, I also allowed them to use their BYOT and take the video on and upload it straight to Migo, because when you click browse for files on an iPad or an iPhone or an Android, it says, do you want to take a photo or do you want to take a video? So they would videotape it and it would go straight into Migo. It wouldn't be stored on their phone. And from there, they could all talk about with a guided document or some help from peers or myself, they could talk about how they can actually collaborate better. And this gets me into one of these, really why I'm going to skip down to here, because I want to talk just for a minute about higher ed e-portfolios. Auburn University has an e-portfolio project, as well as many universities. Higher ed has been using e-portfolios for a long time. As soon as it became digitally available, medical students, nurses, they all have to complete e-portfolios, and the literature is pretty extensive on this. Dr. Helen Barrett has done 25 years of research, and there is a higher ed e-portfolio project that you might be interested in. AAEEBL, is that right? Let me check that. AAEEBL. If you want to know what, they just had a big conference, but ABLE right there was organized so that higher ed professionals could get together and discuss what are the standards, what is a high quality e-portfolio, what does it look like, what should be in it. And if we in K-12 are supposed to be preparing our students for college and careers, then we should definitely consider what are our students going to have to do once they get to college. Or have you ever considered the fact that, how about this? I always think of this when I think of e-portfolios. There's an explosion of e-portfolios, and it's called LinkedIn. And I'm in Chrome, and it's not going to log me in automatically, but LinkedIn is an e-portfolio product. Essentially, they started adding multimedia to it. You can add videos, those kinds of things. So this is the why behind why we need to prepare our students for the future by teaching them in K-12 to create e-portfolios. So you can collect e-portfolios in a lot of different places. Where are you collecting things now? Dropbox? Drive? Edmodo? Okay. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Google Sites. Mm-hmm. let's think about some of the problems, because I ran into some problems with all of these when I was trying to start e-portfolios. And we didn't have a BYOT or a BYOD policy. We had 12 or 15 computers in a computer lab, and students didn't have one-to-one. They didn't have email addresses at the time. We were not a Google Apps for Education school, although I think a lot of people are becoming Google Apps for Education. And that's not a bad thing, but are there still problems? Oh, bummer. Storage limitations. Yeah. What if things are deleted accidentally? It does. Very true. Yes. You know, when things happen like that, Wi-Fi goes down, internet crashes, the district decides for whatever reason they're going to go with a new program, or their focus is on student information systems instead of things that we need in the classroom, like artifact curation, collection, organization, opportunities, those kinds of things. Yep. Storage limitations. Also, how much control does a teacher have over a student's storage? Right. So you're identifying a lot of the things that can be really frustrating, especially when why is this important? A portfolio of a student's life can be in many places for these students. So we've really talked about artifacts, about what are artifacts. You can do links, you can do documents, you can do images, video, all sorts of things. Anything that's evidence, snips of formative, any kind of assessment that you do, you can use, obviously. And when you have an artifact, that artifact in itself becomes a formative assessment. Depending on how you, and this gets into the pedagogy, you have to have a purpose for this portfolio. You as a teacher have to clearly say, this is what we're working toward. This is why you're doing it. As a matter of fact, I lead my students through a lesson before we start any portfolio about what is high quality, so that they can look at growth and improvement in other areas other than just simply a grade or a number. So we do things like we compare the quality of French fries, Burger King, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A. We compare all of those and talk about quality, and then we compare that to what would be a quality artifact. And then how important is it to treasure those artifacts? Like we talk about mom keeping bins. We talk about moms having trunks in the garage. Important things like that. Also talk about who do we want to share these artifacts with? Who else is important to us in our lives? And so the next part is, students assume ownership of their learning. I love that. I love that. That's great. E-portfolio purpose. So this is going to get into something we're going to talk about in a minute, but critical thinking skills. And every child likes to think about themselves. So building, just the process of building an e-portfolio can be empowering and engaging if you structure your pedagogy properly. Again, I love BYOT with that. So what are some of the purposes that you would create an e-portfolio? What kinds of things can you think of in your classroom that you would like your children, your students to have an e-portfolio of? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love student-led conferences. As a matter of fact, that was kind of my big problem when we didn't have a lot of technology. It was like, how are you going to put your ThingLink project into folders? Oh, starting a business, entrepreneurship. Very good. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Competitions for student organizations. That's outstanding, especially robotics, because they have to, and STEM, because they have to discuss their process. E-portfolios can document process, and process is as critical thinking skills. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller, and I want to also look a little bit at the time. Um, we've got about 10 minutes, and so I want to kind of get our portfolio together too. So let's talk about formative and summative rubrics, things to consider in either whether formative or summative. First of all, e-portfolios offer a super opportunity for formative assessment for a portfolio, instead of making them summative only, and employ student choice. Student choice is incredibly engaging, and when you have a rubric for formative assessment, some students could upload a picture and reflect on it. Others can actually write an essay. Another one could write a song, and it would all meet this formative part that would then lead into a summative. So a formative could be an artifact rubric, but a summative would be maybe a standards-based portfolio. So you may have lots of different assessments for a single portfolio. I find that gives your class structure, especially when you are employing student choice. Do you have thoughts on formative and summative assessments with regards for portfolio building? Do you grade or assess student-led conference folders, portfolios? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Very good. Excellent points. Checklists, feedback on rubrics. This is where we looking for, oops, sorry about that. Looking for mastery, competency. That's really important. Right. Yes. Right. Checklists can be really important. Right. And a variety of items too. That's really, I've had students actually come into school when we are in the middle of creating our e-portfolios and they've been in another district or they've been in another state, and you know, helping them be able to pull together their things just to be engaged. I think the e-portfolio really offers an opportunity that if you were still on paper or folders, you know, they might not have their paperwork, but e-portfolios, sometimes they can come up with things even if they've been moved out of a district. So the reflection and feedback, I love the feedback, and that reflection is really important because metacognition, even in very young children, is built by just selecting the artifacts. But then when you add that reflection, and you have to teach reflection because because sometimes we have students who are looking for the right answer, and artifact reflection truly has to be theirs. So they have to own it. How would you do that? What kind of prompts would you use? What would your checklist or rubric say to really reinforce their reflection? I actually have a really good article on that, and I'm going to post that in Migo. While you think about this, I'm going to post that so you can go see it. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to do that in class artifacts. We want to share it. I'm going to go to, let's see, where is that? Trying to remember what I was going to, let's see. I have a really great article on metacognition. I'll post it here in Migo. But let's go back now that we've got our slideshow pretty well built, and I see good. You're using analyze. Analyze their data. Ooh, yeah. Strengths and weaknesses. I just got a tweet. Yeah. I just have to do that. Oh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. You know, we could storify this and actually put that in an e-portfolio too. I'm going to continue to work on building our e-portfolio, but we've only got a few more minutes, and I'd love for you that you are, you know, since you are now a student in the class, and I'm going to go back to my teaching view. And before I go, I want to make sure that you know what you can do with Migo, and you can play around. And if you like Migo, I sure would like to hear from you, and I would love to have you use it more often. Very good. I'm seeing that you're viewing artifacts, and I'm going to go, oops, I'm going to go up here. And if you want to build your own portfolio, you're going to click the, I'm in the teacher view right now, which looks just like the students, only I have teacher artifacts and class artifacts. And I can see all of you down here. And so if you want to create a portfolio, go to the bottom of that class page and click create. There's a sign that looks like this. It says create portfolio, and you can create your portfolio like I was building. And I'm going to build mine out a little bit more so you can come back and look at mine, and I'll log in as a teacher and look at yours. I can also make comments on it as a teacher. And one last comment, you know, I was talking about the higher ed people, and they are, a lot of them are of the mindset and use WorldWare, WordPress, Wix, Weebly's, those kinds of things. And those are really important. But I know that I have low-level skilled students who would never be able to create a WordPress. And I actually had a student last year who started learning WordPress and created a portfolio of his improved WordPress sites. He literally linked them in. So it's important that we teach our students how to use WorldWare, but a lot of teachers, myself included, are not experts at these sites. Teaching portfolios still has to go on. So using something like Migo, Google Sites is still challenging because you have to go back and forth from Drive and whatever. It is improving, and I noticed that they changed their sites to stream like Padlet and like Migo's Migo's portfolio. So I want to actually open up this portfolio. And so here I am building this portfolio. I believe in you. Thank you so much for joining today. And I'm going to add a couple more things here just to, let's see, did we add that? I'm going to add, this is an example from a agricultural project that was done. But here we go. If we open this up, we can see all of our discussion. It's just going to click right out to it. So we'll have that right in the portfolio. You can add it as an artifact to yours. So you want to click create a portfolio. You can give it a title. You can start adding different kinds of artifacts and experience a builder. So. And we're up. Time's up. Thank you so much.
Okay, hi everybody. Hopefully I'm doing this right. Good morning. My name is Katie. I'm planning on talking to you today about differentiation using technology in your classroom. So what I was hoping to do is I'm going to share my screen so that way as I talk about different technology tools, I'll add them to a list. That way you kind of have a running list of all the tools I'm talking about. You can see me use them. And just because I probably look a mess this morning and you might not want to see that. So, all right. So I'm going to share my screen and go right over to what I'm going to talk about today. All right. I hope everyone can see that. Is it working? Maybe not. Let me try one more time. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to start off with first is basically what is differentiation, just because I feel like it's always good to just kind of review it really quickly first. And I found that the more I talk about it, the more misconceptions and like myths I try to bust about what differentiation actually is. So what it is basically just different avenues of learning for students. So you take into consideration what their needs are, what their interests are, and you kind of guide them on a path of learning toward different academic goals based off of what they need and what they like to do. And there's a couple different ways that you can differentiate. You can differentiate entirely on content or topic. So if you have a student, that would be in the case of like special education, where you need to modify the content completely to kind of make it accessible for them. Right now, it's the summer here in New Jersey, so I'm teaching gifted and talented. So my content for every single student in my classroom is 100% different based on what they wanted to learn about. So I'm teaching like genetics and physics. So each student is learning a completely different content area within that subject. So that's entirely differentiated. You could also differentiate instruction. So thinking about how you're actually going about teaching, that's when you can go back and appeal to the different types of learners in your classroom. So do people learn best visually or auditorily? Do they need the hands-on experience? I try not to stick with just what they're good at, though. I try to expand it so I'm meeting a bunch of different levels. And I've found that the more I appeal to the different learning styles as a whole, the more students find out what works for them, because some days maybe visually will appeal to them the most. Another day, maybe they need to sit and listen. It just kind of depends on the content and how they're feeling that day, basically. You could differentiate the process, so how they actually go about doing something. And finally, probably most common, the product, what they're doing, how are they showing you that they learned something. So that's the 4 ways basically that you can differentiate. And I always like to go over that first. It's not just a special education thing. A lot of people feel like differentiation is only for the students with IEPs or 504 plans. But I found that it kind of works with everyone. It really kind of gives your students a choice and allows them to like kind of choose what interests them and apply that to your class. It kind of makes it a more engaging learning experience for them. So what I always kind of advocate for is that it should be done in every single classroom. I mean, right now I'm working with, during the normal school year, I'm with special ed, and obviously it's helpful for them in terms of where they are academically, but I'm also doing gifted and talented this summer. So we have the more considered, I guess, higher level students, and I'm also differentiating for them to meet their needs and challenge them. So it kind of shows you that it kind of spans across the board, and it shouldn't just be with special education students. So I've had 2 forms of a differentiated classroom before. I have a technology-based classroom. During my school year, I'm blessed to have working Chromebooks for all of my students, especially because we're going one-to-one this year. So every student does have a device. During the summer, I do not. We have 6 in the whole school, so I kind of have to share. So it's kind of been nice to see both spectrums, what differentiated looks like with and without the technology aspect. So with the technology, basically it looks like my students are working either on their own or collaborating with a device in front of them. And I'm going to go over the different tools and things like that they're using today. Without the technology, it's more paper and pencil based, which I'm not really a fan of, but I don't really have a choice over the summer. But it's been interesting to see how much more difficult it is trying to go back and differentiating with just pencil and paper versus the technology. The technology definitely makes it a lot easier. So it's, you know, if you have the technology available, obviously there's a lot of tools out there that we're going to go over for you to use to differentiate, and it kind of makes the process a lot simpler on the teacher and for the student. I kind of resent the fact that I can't just push out different assignments to different students like Google Classroom anymore over the summer, and I will be happy to go back to that during the school year. So, you know, the technology, if it's there, definitely use it for differentiation, because it helps the teacher and it helps the students as well. So the first thing I wanted to talk about today was the pre-assessment, because that's so important for differentiation. And what I used to do when I first started teaching was just pencil and paper, taking a quiz to see what you knew and what you didn't know. But now technology has kind of made that a more engaging learning experience. So what I've used is, actually I have a couple different ones that I'm going to go over. Obviously the first one, I'm going to type them on here. You can see it. Okay. Yeah, it's working. All right. Just want to make sure it was working. Okay. So the first one, obviously you can use if you're a Google Apps for Education school, is Google Forms. And it's not the most fun pre-assessment tool, but it gets the job done. You have an overview of the whole class responses, which is nice to see if you're doing like kind of grouping. But it's also good to see what the students answered and how they scored individually. Now, I automatically use the quiz function. So if I make a quiz, you have the option up here in the settings to turn your Google form into a quiz. And it kind of allows the students to see what they got wrong, what they got right, and the point values. Now, obviously in a pre-assessment, it isn't necessarily as important what your grade is, but I mean, the students kind of like to see how they do. And for me, I teach middle school, so I like the accountability and that students kind of have to recognize where they need to work a little harder. So if I give a pre-assessment at the beginning of the year, usually we start off with argument writing. So about the different elements of an argument essay or persuasive essay, I would make a quiz, multiple choice, something quick and easy that they could answer. And then I'd have an immediate release after they're finished with the quiz. My students loved this last year, even in pre-assessments where they might not necessarily score high, they like to see how they did. And usually what I'll do is I'll show them the missed question and the correct answer. And then when we start to work on their differentiated assignments, if they're doing different tasks based on how they did, they kind of recognize then, oh, I didn't do so well with claim statements, so I need to do this activity to improve my claim statement score at the end of the unit. It takes a little while to build up to that mindset. When I usually get my students in September, they are a little hesitant because they realize that not everybody's doing the same thing. But as they get involved in it throughout the year, they kind of recognize that everybody's getting what they need. And it's kind of important not to identify students as like low, medium, or high in your classroom, because they pick up on that too. So I always try to play it as you're getting what you need for this particular standard or concept. And some days you might feel like you're ahead, and some days you might feel like you're behind, and everybody is ahead or behind at some point in time. So it's okay. You're moving at your own pace. You're doing what you need to do to make you successful. And they really kind of build on that growth mindset throughout the year. They recognize that they need to take a step back and review something where they can push ahead. And it kind of helps them identify who they are as learners. So I always make sure that they have in pre-assessments access to the questions, because A, they always want to know how they do, and B, it kind of holds them accountable for what they need to learn and what they need to improve on. So when you're assigning differentiated tasks, they're aware of how you put them in that particular skill that needed a review. So that's usually what I do for my quizzes on Google Forms. Again, it's not the most interactive. It's kind of, it's kind of dry with the just question and answer, but the quiz option does make it a little bit more interesting for the students. So the next pre-assessment tool that I use a lot is, again, because I'm a Google school, is the Google Classroom questions. Can't type this morning. There we go. So what I do with the questions is, I can't actually go on because I'm on my personal account and not on my school account. But if I went into my Google Classroom, I could create a question that I could push out to either A, my entire population, or B, specific questions for specific students. So usually I use this as a follow-up, as like an exit ticket for the next day, so I can see what I need to differentiate the following day. So I can see, okay, these 5 students didn't understand central idea during today's lesson. So I'm going to need to either pull a small group with them or give them a little extra support or a task that kind of reviews the skill of finding the central idea. And these 5 students they understand it and they're ready to move on. We can go on to the next thing. So I usually use that just to kind of push out a quick question. I like that it's multiple choice and it has the short answer too, because sometimes I'm a language arts teacher, so sometimes I need a little bit of a more detailed answer and multiple choice doesn't always cut it. So it kind of gives me that flexibility to view all my students' answers to see who really gets it and who really doesn't. The nice thing about the Google Classroom questions too is that you can set it so that the students can edit their answer or they can view everybody's answer, not necessarily how student A, B, and C did, but as a whole, how the class did. You could see each other's comments in a short answer question. That doesn't have to be an option, and depending on what we're doing, I'll either turn it off or turn it on. In a discussing situation where I want to see how the students connect with each other, I will allow them to reply to each other's comments, but if I'm just seeing, I want to see who gets it and who doesn't, I'll leave it so that they can't reply to each other, which means they can't see each other's answers and only I can, which leaves me the ability to comment back to them without anybody else seeing, or for them to kind of be honest in how they felt that day during the lesson. And so I find that the students are pretty honest when they understand and don't understand something. In the very beginning of the year, they tend to want to say, oh yeah, I get it, so I can move on. But by the end, they realize that's kind of hurting them. So they're more honest, like, I just completely didn't get anything today and I need you to just sit with me tomorrow. And, we've reached the understanding by, a month or so in that you need to build the skills that help you personally. So the Google Classroom questions is kind of good for that. It's a little bit more interesting than the Google Forms. The students can see kind of the pie chart if you want to do a multiple choice question of how many students answered which answer, which is kind of fun. They always like to see that, to see how they did compared to everybody else. So they can kind of see A, maybe everybody got it and that's great, or B, I'm not the only one who got it wrong, so they kind of, feel like more comfortable. Another pre-assessment tool that I like is Poll Everywhere, and that's kind of something that you can use either if you're in a BYOD school and you don't have a one-to-one device. It works with anything. So what that is, I'm going to go into actually this example and I'm going to add a slide so you can see it. Let's focus today. Okay, let's do a blank slide. So if I was doing any kind of direct instruction that involves a Google slide, you can get the extension Poll Everywhere and add a poll onto a random slide in Google Slides. And when you're presenting, it kind of pops up for the students. So I'll set one up now just so you can kind of see it. So you get this pop-up screen. My Wi-Fi on my computer is horrible today. We'll see if it works. And that would not be it. Let's try. Yay, there we go. Okay. So then you're kind of met with all these different options, and generally this would be like a 1-question pre-assessment or a 1-question exit ticket, but you can plug in a multiple choice question. You can make a word cloud where you can ask a question and have the students respond, and then what it does is generate a word cloud directly on your Google Slides so the students can kind of see how everybody else responded, but it pops up in a nice kind of interesting artistic way. You can do a Q&A where the question just pops up and all the answers pop up underneath it. I haven't tried the clickable image one, but that would kind of probably be something fun that you could do. I guess it pops up with an image and they have to click on the answer. So I guess if you're like, I'm seeing a map in like a geography class and you're identifying different countries or continents, you could do it that way. But what's nice is this is, again, something that can be done on any device. It'll pop up with a code and students can either log in through the website and just plug in the URL that they give you and answer the question. And as soon as they punch in the URL, the question pops up. So whatever question you're on the slide will generate on their screen. or they can text it in. So regardless of whether or not you have strong Wi-Fi access, like my school Wi-Fi for our guest devices is not very good. So they could also just text it in too, which is kind of nice. There is the option for open-ended. There's a stream option where the question comes up and they form one after the other, and they kind of scroll up as soon as they answer. So that's always, that's another option. I started playing around with that not that long ago. It's pretty interesting. Again, really good if you don't have, like, if you're not a Google school or you're only in a BYOD school. A completely non-device pre-assessment is Plickers. So what Plickers is, it's an app for the teacher's phone or device. So you can go onto plickers.com and you register your class and you say how many students you have. It generates a unique QR code for every single student in your class. So you could ask a question and put a question on the board. It has to be a multiple choice one or a true/false question. And you have the question and then your answers. And then what the students do is they have a printed QR code that's unique to them. They hold up the QR code and either has A, B, C, or D along the edges. And then you go around with your device and you scan the device. I kind of like that the letters are small, so it's not like a student can just check out another person's QR code and see what letter they're holding up, because you really have to be kind of close up to it to see if it's A, B, C, or D. But then you scan it on your phone, and on your phone it tells you, okay, student A and student C got it wrong. It knows what student that is because you've plugged it in already on your phone. So it kind of gives you that feedback, and they kind of like it because they feel like you're walking around and scanning their device. So sometimes it's fun not to use their own device. But that kind of, if you're not in a device school at all, that's kind of like a low technology that you can use because you only need it and you just need to print the QR codes for every single one of your students. I've seen teachers laminate them or use contact paper on them so the students kind of keep them all year long and they know that the certain number is associated with them or it has their name on the back. But it's pretty cool, and the students kind of like that they're being scanned, but you don't really need to have their own devices for that, just the QR code printed. Answer Garden is another pre-assessment tool that you could use to insert answers into like a word cloud. You type up a question, the students go to the website using the URL that pops up, you get the responses, they're all kind of spread out in a word cloud again, so the more frequently a word is used, the bigger it gets on the screen. It's kind of nice for the students to see. They like seeing their answer pop up and they like seeing that it gets bigger. That's a kind of another informal like exit tool. So if you're kind of trying to gauge how your whole class is doing, that's kind of a good tool to use. I hope I'm not going too fast today. I'm trying to make sure my voice doesn't go out again. I was losing my voice a little bit this morning from teaching this week. So I'm kind of hoping that it stays, pretty good. Hopefully it's okay. Kahoot and Socrative, I did look it up because I've heard 1.5 million ways to pronounce it. It is Socrative, like Socratic seminar. They are question and answer games that students can play. So that's like it's a more fun way to kind of do the pre-assessment. It takes a little bit of the nerves off. Google Forms kind of makes it feel like it's more of a test, because I do give my tests through Google Forms. So they think, oh, this is a test, it's going to be on my grade. But Kahoot and Socrative are a little bit more laid back. I always tell them they have to try their best, and they do aim to do well, but it's a little bit more of an engaging format. Kahoot has the music and the points, and you see the people on the leaderboard pop up, but then you can also see how the students did individually, what they got right, what they got wrong. I always make sure to tell them that they have to make sure they're reading the question. They don't want to click right away. Sometimes I'll take the points off. That way they're more likely to take their time and not rush through it, because with Kahoot, what happens is they're answering either on their phone or on their laptop, and they're so quick to click on an answer before fully reading that oftentimes they make a mistake. So I take the points off. That way, as the time goes down, the points don't go down. So they're more likely to take their time. Socrative is pretty similar to Kahoot. A little less bells and whistles than Kahoot, though. It's not like there's crazy characters and, leaderboards. I do like in Socrative that the student is assigned a color, and then that colors bar is tracked across the screen based off how they do, but nobody but the teacher and the student know what color they are. So it's kind of more anonymous than Kahoot, which has a username attached to it that the student plugs in. So in terms of student confidence and comfort level, Socrative is pretty good that way. Quizzes is another one, similar to Kahoot and Socrative. And Verso is an app where the teacher can push out a question, have the students respond. And what's nice about this app is that the students are 100% anonymous. So I had selective mute students for a very long time, and this is actually how we held class discussions. They were anonymous, but I could see who they were and what they were writing. What's also nice is you have to respond before you can see other responses. So if I post a question like, write your thesis statement for your essay here, and I want to see what thesis statements look like, just as a quick overview for the class so I can see what we need to go over and how we're going to break up groups. I can see what theme statements are connected or thesis statements are connected to that person. The students just see anonymous, and they have to type theirs in and submit it before they can even see anybody else's. So there's no issues of, oh, they're just going to copy and paste whatever somebody else wrote so to seem like they understand what's going on. So that's kind of nice that way. And again, that's how I did discussions for a while, differentiating based on need. I used Verso for class discussions to kind of appeal to the students who either had such severe anxiety that they didn't want to talk in class, or again, were selectively mute and did not talk in school ever. So it kind of gave them their way to communicate without feeling the pressure of speaking in front of the class. But that's a whole different like need-based differentiation. So those are some of the pre-assessment tools that I use. I feel like I spent a while on pre-assessment, but that's so important in differentiation because I mean, that really sets the tone for how you're going to fix things. Like you can't even go into instructional or product-based differentiation without first pre-assessing your students or giving them an exit ticket at the end to see how you're going to move your instruction tomorrow. Like you really need to know where the students are, how they're achieving different academic goals in order to provide them with instruction or an activity or a lesson or a review that best fits their needs. And it really makes differentiation worth it and accessible for everybody. So yeah, the pre-assessment is definitely, that's the first thing up here. That's most important. And I always make sure I go over that first. I'm sure there are other pre-assessment tools, and at the end, I guess we could talk about different ones that other people use, but these are usually my go-to ones. And obviously it changes based off of how the students are feeling that day. Do they need a little bit more serious, or can they handle the more fun review? And just really want what you want to know. And you compare that with your observations and like any small group meeting that you do to determine what the students really need to work on. So there's two types I mentioned before of differentiation. You have your need-based and you have interest-based. And I feel like a combination of both should be used in the classroom if you're trying to build a differentiation classroom. Technology, again, makes this whole process a lot easier. Need-based is obviously the students have different skills they need to work on. So you're trying to meet the students where they are. Are they ready to go on to argument writing, or do they just need a mini lesson on fact versus opinion first? Do they need a little bit of a challenge? Are they working on annotating a text versus just reading and identifying the main idea? And that's really giving the students the lessons where they are, figuring out what they need. In a special education setting, it's a little easier because sometimes you have their goals to kind of help you and guide you. But again, you're always building off of the pre-assessment, figuring out where the students are and what they need to be successful to kind of move them up to the next goal or the next objective that you're trying to cover in your class and in your curriculum. So there's a couple different tools for need-based differentiation that I use a lot and that I'm going to go over. And I always hope that somebody gets something out of the technology portion. I feel like this presentation that I always do is always just kind of a smattering of different technology tools. But I'm always hoping that you can like pull one or two out of it into your classroom and think, oh, okay, this is something I can really use with my students. Maybe some of them you've heard of, hopefully some you haven't, and like kind of just like to talk about how I use them and things like that. So the first need-based technology tool that I go to is like my leveled texts. Even if you're not a language arts teacher, I feel like the leveled texts are so helpful if you're teaching like history or science, and now they even have things like math texts, especially as literacy is so important. So Newsela is always the first one I mention. It's usually the first one everybody's heard of. Common Lit and so Newsela is a Lexile level-based reading website. They've really expanded since I started using it. I'm able to use it over the summer now in my science classes for current event science articles that relate to what we're talking about. So we were doing genetics the other day, and we were talking about Ebola, and there were articles about Ebola, and the students were able to read the article based on their level. So what's nice is for the students' end, they can A, choose their own articles and search their own articles, and B, move their lexile level up and down to kind of fit where they are. I don't force students to choose their lexile level every time. I ask that they try to skim through it and see, are there more than, you know, a certain number of words you don't understand in the first paragraph? If you don't, if there are, then it's too difficult. You need to bump down the level. And they usually do. They'll automatically go to max because they feel like, I want to see if I can understand it. Usually they can't, because that's most likely a 12th grade level, and my students are in 6th grade. But they do try, so they're always trying to like aim high, but they do realistically bump themselves down based off of what they need. And that kind of fits also into student choice, because I'm allowing them to choose their articles based on what interests them. So not only is it differentiating because they have the different levels, but also based on what they like to read. Common Lit is for people who teach any kind of language arts at all, or English literature. You can search by theme, and then they give you different poems and nonfiction texts and short stories based on lexile level that way. You can't change the text, unfortunately, but for me, who needs like a poem about coming of age for students who are at like a 500 lexile level, I can find that pretty easily. And the last one is the Smithsonian Tween Tribune. Since I teach middle school, that's kind of helpful. That one is pretty much like Newsella. It's not as developed as Newsella, who comes up with at least 5 new articles a day, but it does have the changing lexile level, which changes the length and the wording of any article. Another website that I often go to is Rewordify. It's not perfect, but it does work pretty well, so I'm going to show you what that looks like. So if my students are reading an article about, I just pulled up a random one that we were reading actually yesterday in class. Astronomers might have found the first alien moon, and they realized it's a little too high for them. They can highlight a paragraph. Hope that doesn't copy the ad. And they can paste it in to rewordify.com. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the advertising thing there. And what that does is, get rid of this too. It'll reword it for them in a way that they might understand. So you click Rewordify text. So it highlights the words that are changed. So it changed swirling to twisting and flowing. Some of the words, when you get into like the science articles, don't really have synonyms, like a huge alien world. So instead of alien, they put not a normal part of something / faraway place. And it kind of makes sense. It'll help them understand the unknown word at least. Like I said, it's not perfect, but it's kind of a good supplement for like when a student is doing research and they really quickly want to say, I have no idea what's happening in this article. It kind of gives them another way of looking at it to kind of shape their comprehension a little bit and allows them to fill in the blanks a little easier. Like they use tantalizing here. So they changed attractive and easily, teasing and attractive. And if you hover over it, it tells you what word they changed. So they changed astronomers to outer space scientists. And it kind of just helps them understand what the article is basically saying. Again, not perfect, but it works pretty well for like quick and easy things the students need to understand. Okay. Another program I like to use, I love, and I always talk about this whenever I present, is the Google Forms Go to Page Based on Answer. So what that does is it allows you to kind of send the students in different directions, and you can do this during a pre-assessment, you can do this during a review. I like to create them in my in-class support classes where I'm co-teaching. Sometimes I'll get stuck in a history class, which I'm not very good at history, but I'll create these as study guides for the students. What it does is it takes the Google form in a different direction based on how the student answers the question. So if I have a review test, and then I create the question, what part of speech is the word dog in this sentence? I mean, if I put a sentence in there, they'd have to identify it. So I could say noun, verb, adjective. So when you're creating the Google form, then you'd go down to the 3 dots down here, and you click go to section based on answer. And what that does is it allows you to choose where the student's going to go when they click that answer. So if you most likely need multiple pages, so let's say page 2 is going to be the review video, and page 3 is going to be question 2. So if the student incorrectly selected verb, I could decide to send them to the review video, where maybe they rewatch a video about parts of speech that we did in class, or just a quick, I've even done screenshots of notes we've taken in the cases of like history classes, like, oh, you didn't recognize this ancient Egyptian term, so here's a screenshot of the notes that we took from that section, so you can reread it and then go back and answer the question again. I never recommend it for actual assessments because the students are very savvy and they will just click around until they get to the right answer that moves them forward to the next question. Sometimes I'll do it for like an outlier answer, so that way the students, like, it's usually the answer that's so out there that you're not even sure why they clicked the answer. So sometimes I'll do that to kind of give them like a quick review to kind of move them forward, but I'll only do it for like 1 out of the 4 on a real test. So yeah, the student go to the review video, and then the student that got it right would go on to the next section. So if you want to see what that looks like, you would click verb or adjectives, that's wrong. I'd hit next. There would be a review video here, and then I would click back, and I would answer the question correctly, and I would get to move on to the, oops, didn't work this time. Let me fix that. Oh, because I put next section, that's why. You'd have to send them on to the question 2. So they would move on to question 2. They wouldn't even be aware that there was a supplemental video for support because they don't need it because they got the answer correct. So that's always a good one for practice and things like that to help the students with the skills that they need. Ed Puzzle is a good one too. It kind of forces the students to stop and think while looking at videos on the computer. So that they kind of like, you can put in your own videos or you can make a video, you add questions throughout, you can track how the students answered the questions and things like that, but it kind of forces them to stop the video and kind of reflect on their learning before they move forward. So for my students who will just watch my flipped videos and not remember anything that they read, it kind of forces them to stop and say, okay, we're moving into, I was supposed to pick up this from this section and then moving on to the next section. I was supposed to pick up this main idea. So it kind of forces them to reflect on what they're learning. I don't know if you've used hyperdocs, but those are pretty awesome for needs-based differentiation. So I want to show you, here's one that I did with my students. So we were reading a novel, and it's differentiated because it was self-paced with the exception of my students who needed it broken down into weekly chunks. I said, this is due in 5 weeks. You get it done when you need to. And that was the directions I basically gave them. What the hyperdoc basically is a really long Word document, I mean, Google Doc document basically, that guides the students through like a unit or a lesson. So in this case, it was an entire unit for a book. So in each section, the students had to complete 3 tasks. One, I forced them to do, like, you had to do this task because it was something in the book that I really needed them to understand in order to really understand the novel. And so let me show you what one of those looks like. So when they clicked on the must do, it brought them down. And that was a task they had to do because they needed to do it to understand it. Then I kind of gave them the choice, which kind of connects back to like the student choice aspect. They could pick any 2 of the 4 tasks I gave on this particular section they were supposed to read. And based on what they liked to do, they just answered it. So some of them went on virtual tours. Some of them wrote, had creative tasks where they had to read a poem that the book made an allusion to, and then create like an artistic piece that like connected to it, and they uploaded that. So it's basically an entire self-guided like unit in one Word Google document. I added in Google Drawings so that they could type in their responses and save it. My thing with doing it, I've seen a lot of hyperdocs where they shoot you out of the main document, which is fine, but I've always found with my special education students that it becomes really cumbersome and there's way too much going on. They don't remember where anything is. So I found that keeping it in one whole document, even though it looks really long and overwhelming, is a lot easier for them. So the HyperDoc is something that's, and if you haven't heard of it, really look into it because it's really kind of an interesting tool that's really starting to gain a lot of popularity. And the students really enjoyed it too. It kind of, they felt like they could work on it at their own pace. They kind of were more empowered because they had a choice in what they could go over. And I got in the mini lessons that I needed through the must-do section. So that was good for me and them. I'm going to go into a little bit. I think I have about 20 minutes left or so. Yeah. Okay. All right. So for interest-based, there's two subcategories that I always talk about: student choice and collaboration. I always make sure that there is an element of working together in my differentiated lessons. So if that usually means students working on a similar task. I do not try to pair high and low ever. I do not like the fact that one student is teaching another student because it becomes apparent very quickly. This is the high student, I'm the low student. They're teaching me because I don't understand. So I try to avoid that. I try to make flexible grouping as much as possible, different combinations of skill levels, because I've found that in collaboration, when those different students are working together, they really bring their own skill sets to the table. So I might have students who maybe really needed to review central idea with students who were annotating text, just because whatever assignment I'm working on, maybe they have different skill sets that match up well together. So I'm just going to run through a couple of other technology tools that you can use for student choice or collaboration. I'm actually going to pair these together. Obviously, you can write in Google Doc and a Google Slide, and they can work together on that, and that's, that's something they can obviously do. My students enjoy Recap, which is a program through Swivel. And what it does is instead of typing an answer, it allows them to record themselves. So I could pose a question through Recap, and then the students could pop up on their webcam and record a 30-second to 2-minute response to that. And for my students that really struggle to put the words on paper, that's been a lifesaver for them, because it really shows me that they do understand the concept, even if their writing hasn't quite matched up to their level of understanding yet. And of course, with today's upcoming generation of students, they love to be on camera, so that's always something good for them. For student choice, also, really you could use any technology tool. Because the point is really to allow the student to create something that shows their understanding and move away from the notion that every student should be doing the same thing at the exact same time. So you could really use any tool that appeals to your students. I've created, here's an example. I usually create a choice board and I give students different top suggestions of projects, but I always include the proposal option in the middle because it kind of allows them to say, I want to show you what I learned, but it's in a way that you haven't expected yet. And I've gotten a lot of students that way come up with different ideas themselves. So usually what I do is I give them a choice board. I give them different programs they could use, but I tell them that they're suggestions. So like for argument, show them what they learned in argument in addition to their essay, I also had them create a PSA. I had suggested they use WeVideo. Some people said they wanted to use iMovie. Obviously, it doesn't make a difference, and it kind of still allows them to have that student choice because they're using an app or program they feel more comfortable with, and they're pretty up to date on the current apps and things like that. Like on the latest iPhone, it came with iMovie, or she downloaded iMovie, and I'm not an iPhone user, but that's what she felt comfortable using, so she made her PSA on her phone through iMovie, and that was fine. It's anything that the students really understand or feel like they're comfortable with is good for student choice when they're creating something to show what they've learned. So I'm just going to list a couple. So we have Recap. We got Powtoon for making movies / iMovie / WeVideo. There's so many options out there for video creators, but the students really drive toward that when you tell them to choose how they learn something. They're really moving away from the presentation aspect. Like I remember growing up and having the PowerPoint be the big thing that everybody really wanted to do. That paired with the fact that usually I tell my students that I'm pretty bored with PowerPoints and I don't you know, I'm sick of seeing them, so I don't want to see them anymore. They kind of move away from that, and they're going more toward movies because they like the idea of the animation and things like that. But it really shows them that they understand what you taught them, because they're able to not only, it's not just repeating back information, it's applying it in an interesting way. And it's, if you're going off of the levels of learning, that's one of the higher levels is creation and application. So it really shows that they learned something. In that same regard, Screencastify is good. I had a student this year who he could not put words on paper. He would tell me these beautiful paragraphs that really analyzed the text, but when it came to writing it down, nothing happened. So for a lot of his analysis papers, he would supplement his writing with a screencast, which, of just him talking to the camera about the poem, about the short story. And it really showed that he understood word choice and figurative language and theme in a way that his paper didn't show. So it kind of was nice to see that aspect. Of course, he loved it because he had his own YouTube channel. And he was very excited to talk about poetry on his YouTube channel, but it kind of gave them the choice in what they wanted to learn. For visual learners, PictoChart, making an infographic, it's a little bit more engaging than just a poster. Students creating their own blogs to write about different things they're learning. Seesaw is one, Google Sites is one. My students have their own writing portfolios where they use Google Sites to upload the writing that they've done in the year that they like the most. Videos like Explain Everything kind of allow the students to take over the teacher role and kind of explain to you what they learned as the teacher. So basically for interest-based differentiation, you can really go into anything. And if I went through all my choice boards, I probably have about 40 or so suggestions of different technology tools you can use. And they all have to do with what the students like to do. So what, like, my recommendation is always to offer up a lot of choices that appeal to the interests of your students, but then let them decide if they want to come up with a completely different idea, because oftentimes they'll come up with something that you didn't even think of doing. And they usually have a technology tool to help with that. But again, it makes it a lot easier with the technology because it's more empowering for the students. Creating a video is a lot nicer for them than having to present in front of the class or even just talking to you in a conference. And it really kind of allows them to create and then share what they learned. Okay, before I go and check to see if anybody has any questions or anything, I always end with going over just some apps and add-ons and extensions that kind of help with differentiation. And again, there's like an endless list, but I'll just go over a couple that we really use in my class. Because every year when I kick off with my students, I look at their IEP and I look at what we're doing in class and I make them download different apps or add-ons or extensions based on what I think is going to help them the most. And again, they can go on then to download things of interest that will help them. But like usually I have a key set of ones that they need because it'll help them in the class. Kaizena is for Google Docs and it allows you to make voice comments. I found that making voice comments for feedback is a lot better than typing the comments because the students will listen to you even though they won't read what you have to say. Speak It and Select and Speak are two different speech to text to speech functions. I always offer a lot of text to speech options because the students are very picky. If you're in a state where you have to take, like we have to take Park, a lot of my students have text to speech. So like this kind of like gears them up for having to listen to that kind of automated speech during a test. And it also really helps me out because a lot of their modifications are to read aloud. And if I'm really engaging that student choice option, I can't read 12 articles at the same time. So it allows them to listen to something that interests them. They don't have to listen to me all the time. And like then they can choose their own articles because I don't have to read it out loud to them. They can also highlight their writing and listen to their writing read back to them. Tests can be read aloud if they highlight it. I have the play button up here for Select and Speak. So you would highlight, click the play button, and it would read whatever's highlighted to you. Grammarly, I make them run everything through Grammarly. It checks their grammar for them. To that end, you can also use VeriSpell, which is an add-on for Docs, which highlights easily confused words and kind of forces the students to look back and say, which of the homophones did you mean? Did you mean there, or there? And it gives them a sentence example, and they kind of have to reflect. I love this one. This is Instagrok, and it's really like a cool search engine for the students. I'm gonna show you what it looks like. So if you search like concussions, if you're doing a paper on concussions, I already have it up here. And you press grok, it comes up with a pre-made graphic organizer for you. So what, okay, it's taking forever to load. So here's the student's graphic organizer. They see some subtopics. If they decide this video is not something that they need, after watching it, they can click on it and it deletes it from the graphic organizer. Usually it's a little bit more together than this, but you can range it based on difficulty. You can make it more difficult or easier depending on what their grade level is. But it comes up with subtopics and different facts to help them. It also generates a quiz at the end so they can kind of quiz themselves on the different things they learned. Ooh, it's kind of going crazy right now. Okay. But that's one that's pretty cool for them. And voice typing is always something that I throw out there because there are so many students out there that do better speaking than they do typing. So the fact that Google added it to docs right away, it was pretty awesome. I was pretty psyched about that when they did that. And you can basically write and edit an entire paper without touching your mouse, which is pretty cool. And so those were just some of the tools that I've used. There's probably so many more I could have talked about, but again, the most important is usually the pre-assessment, and then there's the need-based differentiation, and then interest-based can be anything basically the students want to do. So I'm going to see if I can go back. Can I end my screen sharing? Okay. Okay, I'm going to see if anybody has any questions. If anybody has any questions, feel free to let me know. I will share out this list of resources. I'll post it on Twitter in a few minutes. That way, if anybody wants them, you can have them. I can also try to link them. That way, if you click on it, it goes right to the website. Just to make it a little easier. I know that some of them are difficult to access, particularly like Verity Spell for some reason. Anytime you search it, it never comes up in the add-on store. So I'll hyperlink everything and then I'll post it out there. Okay. I have about 10 minutes. If anybody has any questions, just let me know. Here, I'll actually do that while we're sitting here. I'm going to get a shortened URL and put that up here. So I'm going to share my screen back again. Okay. Let me get the URL. That way everybody can kind of take that down while I'm here. So let's go. And then I'll update it later on to have all the links in them. And I can link to the resources I showed you in case you want those. Okay, so here is, in case you need it, here is the URL to this list of resources. Let me make this a lot bigger because I can't read that. Now it's too big. Okay, so there it is. So it's, and this is the first time they've actually done one for me that doesn't have, usually they give me like a lowercase L, which looks like an uppercase I, so nobody knows what's going on, but it actually looks pretty easy to get to this time. So you should be able to access that. And when we finish up here, I'll start hyperlinking everything. That way it'll update and you can have all the resources. And you can feel free, if you ever have any questions or ideas for tools, or things like that, you can always reach out to me on Twitter or through email. I'm always happy to answer emails with questions. I love to share differentiation tools and ideas. So if you ever have any questions, please feel free to reach out whenever. Hopefully that was helpful. And so, yeah, it's actually my birthday today. So I'm pretty psyched that I got to present on my birthday. This is like a great way to start off my morning. So this is really great. I'll leave the URL up there though, in case anybody else needs it. And I will post it to Twitter actually as well. That way everybody has it. Let me move that forward. Or I'll do it later. My computer's running really, really slow today. Okay. And then I'll update later on. So here is, in case you need it, here is the URL to this resource. And I will log myself off so we can get ready for the next one. All right, so I'm gonna post that URL to Twitter, and if anybody else needs it or anything else, just let me know. My contact information is on that page as well. So it's the first time I've actually done one for a week that doesn't have, usually they give me like a lowercase L, which looks like an uppercase I, so nobody knows what's going on, but it actually looks pretty easy to get to this time. So you should be able to access that. And when we finish up here, I'll start hyperlinking everything. That way it'll update and you can have all the resources. And you can feel free, if you ever have any questions or ideas for tools or things like that, you can always reach out to me on Twitter or through email. I'm always happy to answer emails and questions. I love to share differentiation tools and ideas. So if you ever have any questions, please feel free to reach out whenever. Hopefully that was helpful. And so, yeah, it's actually my birthday today, so I'm pretty psyched that I got to present on my birthday. It's a great way to start off my morning. So this is really great. I'll leave the URL up there though in case anybody else needs it, and I will post it to Twitter actually as well. Everybody has it. Or I'll do it later. My computer's running really.
Hey, how's it going? Okay, let me do an audio check. Anybody hear me? Oh, good. This one. Okay, let me just pull this up. So I'll be slide sharing eventually. Checking my slides out. Okay, ready to go. Ready to go live. Okay, very cool. Okay, hello everyone. I am Kate Novak, and we're going to do rapid responses to turbulent times and current events. And this is about all you'll see me, because I'll actually put something on the screen that's more interesting, maybe than me, to take a look at. So let me switch over to. Okay, screen sharing should be there. Okay, and here we go. Okay, to get us started, and please make anybody who's making comments or anything like that, please jump on. I am going back for a minute because for some reason it seems like it decided to go ahead and do some kind of thing where it goes every single second. So please cover your eyes. Okay. So, I am an information technology literacy outcome mentor and instructional designer, hybrid training coordinator, and a doctoral student in education, leadership, and equity with a concentration in technology. So you're getting some kind of idea here. At least the person will be speaking. Please ask questions or anything else that is necessary so that we can discuss this. Now, like most of you educators, I'm I'm a care bear. Okay, I care about my students. I care about my school. When someone becomes my students, I will do just about anything for them. And I even sometimes am overprotective of them. It just happens. Now, what we're going to be talking about is rapid responses to current events and turbulent times. I'm going to show you an example right here. I'm from Colorado, and this is something that is happening this month. The healthcare legislation went before the Senate just about 28 hours ago, and there were a lot of protests about this. Now, since I'm in Denver, we have a history of the disability rights movement called ADAPT. And ADAPT 40 years, ADAPT did was ADAPT went and protested the fact that in Denver there were not handicap accessible buses. So handicapped people in wheelchairs could not take public transportation. And this is coming back around to us because just a couple weeks ago, members of the ADAPT disability movement were arrested in the office of our senator because they were protesting the health care bill. So as much as we want to protect our students and we want to create a wonderful world for them, and this being ed change, we do live in a real world. There are things that happen. We have to discuss them. We have to talk to our students about them. We have to make sure that they're getting the right information. We have to allow them to make decisions on whether or not they are going to even take some social action themselves. And because I'm an information and technology literacy mentor, this absolutely exploded this year. And what exploded this year was we now are continually talking about fake news and alternative facts. And because we're doing that in the United States, what's been happening at my school is I am continually having educators come up to me and say, okay, how do I deal with this? How do I talk to my students about this? What if they're bringing things in from blogs or Facebook or social media, and where can we get information? So for myself and the two other outcome mentors for information and technology literacy, this has been huge. We've been doing lots of professional development on this. Lots of discussions about this. Like I said, in the hallways, in meetings, this has been continual. I will tell you, there was a little talk about it in like November and December, but in January, when we came back from winter break, this became huge. And even though it's the end of July, we're still doing professional development on information and technology literacy, and it actually keeps expanding, and we keep getting more things that we need to go ahead and do. So this is the method we were using before, and yes, it is the CRAB test with double A's. The thing about it, if it's very easy to Google. This has been used for librarians for quite some time. We have found that it worked last year. Now it's coming into question. And the reason why is the currency, relevance, authority, accuracy, and purpose. This is changing for us. This is changing for us, at least in the U.S. The problem with authority, currency, and all of this. So we've been struggling to adapt to this, and by struggling, I mean we are in a current state of evolution of how we're going to respond to current events and turbulent times. So this is I've also been working, and besides my school, I've also been working with the E-Learning Consortium of Colorado and the ISTE Games and Simulation Networks. And this is just one of our things from February. We've been doing this since January. What really hit us was and there's different ways that you can say it, but the ban on travel. That's what really hit us. I'm located here right outside of Denver. We do have a large Muslim population in our city. Our schools, between the Denver Public Schools and the Aurora Public Schools, it's anywhere from 34 to about 38% of students do not have English as a first language. We have, in the Aurora Public Schools, we have over 143 different languages represented. And for us, we needed to know how to discuss this with our students. We needed to know how to discuss this with our faculty and with our educators. So what we ended up doing, and I just took a quick screenshot, is we ended up coming up with the template of rapid response modules, and the different organizations have been developing lots of material to constantly be used and redone and put up again. But what we developed was 3 weeks, 1 week focused on each, and this rapid response is, quite honestly, rapid instructional design for whatever week and whatever is happening with you. So I'm going to tell you more and show you more about that. Okay, so this is the one. This is one of ours, and we've gone a little whimsical on this topic, but we feel like this is about the only one we can be whimsical about, and we'll get into some more discussion about some other ones that we can't really use this tactic. But this is one of our presentations and professional development. I think we've presented this maybe 6 or 7 times, probably at 3 or 4 different organizations, and this one's constantly evolving. I'm not going to do the presentation. I'm just going to show you things. We have this in both slides and also Kahoot. What is Fancy Bear? And I'm just showing you one of our questions, what is Fancy Bear? And again, I know we're going to the reference for Care Bears, but that's really where we felt we were as educators. As educators, we really felt like we care. And we can't help ourselves. We do. But the problem is we can care, but we just have to figure out what to do with all that caring for our students, and that's why we did rapid response. But to get back to here, what is Fancy Bear? It's a Russian hacking group, and this for us for information and technology literacy. Fancy Bear in this discussion really allowed us to look outside even the U.S. and look at what's happening around the world. We developed this, the outcome mentors, in conjunction with someone who's a French speaker, who is one of our educators. She's one of our science teachers. And the thing about it is she was able to also go into the French press, French website, and pull information to help us with this. Okay, so Fancy Bear, where have you heard of them? Okay, this is the picture of them, and yes, it is a Russian hacking group. Now, they have been accused of trying to basically tank or influence the French election that happened in April. Okay, the Macron campaign. There were a number. Hi, Matthew. Jump on mic. Anybody who wants to jump on mic, feel free to jump on mic. But as much as 9 gigabytes of data was taken, and I'm not going to plan on reading everything, but this was sent to something that was similar for the U.S., what we would consider WikiLeaks. Okay, just pulling something there. That's a screenshot from Fancy Bear's hack team, Facebook. But much like in the U.S., we are having a debate about whether or not there was hacking with the election. The same thing is happening in France. And in fact, as we've been developing this, and the reason I'm taking this picture here, and like I said, I'm not going to show you each piece, but we have a clip of basically something from Russian. When we're doing this as a presentation, we have a clip from RT, Russian TV, that talks about Obama trying to influence the 2012 French elections, and we also have a clip about the U.S. and the French elections being influenced by the Russians. So the reason we have this is just to show the varying points in the different places that you can go, and if your students are going to YouTube and typing it in, the different things that they can end up with. Now, why does this even matter? Well, the reason why this matters for us for information and technology literacy is we keep hearing about fake news and alt facts. And I can tell you, when Kellyanne Conway earlier this year said about the massacre in Bowling Green, I was with the teaching and learning with technology group, a really great group of educators. A lot of them are librarians. When she said that statement and it came out on the news, I was actually in a big webinar with those people, with the TLT people talking about information literacy, and there was a librarian from Bowling Green. And naturally, we saw that, and we asked the librarian from Bowling Green, and the librarian from Bowling Green said, "Oh, the massacre in Bowling Green? Well, there was a sinkhole and a bunch of classic cars fell into it, but that's the only massacre I know about." So, I mean, we really started to talk about, does the crap test work? Where is your authority? Where is your authority? If you have a spokesperson from the White House saying something, versus a librarian who's from, who lives there and has historical reference there, who do you believe? And so with us, when talking with our students, this is becoming convoluted. Your students may be living in homes that have very different opinions or views than what you would naturally consider. So that's why we're talking about it all. And again, I'm not doing our PD presentation. I'm just showing the slides from that. Okay. So we discuss what is information. We also talk a lot about that, and we talk about how it was all of this was a work in progress. And some of the things that we talk about are data. What's the difference between data and information? Well, a data is there's 138,000. Okay, saying that the Colorado Community College system served 180,000 students for the academic year is information. There was a difference between data and information, and we try to let our faculty talk about it. We also talk about the difference between misinformation and then this. I can't believe we had to drag out a term from the Cold War, but we did. Mashkarovka. And that there is a difference. Disinformation is intentionally false. It goes back to this. Denial and deception. And we're starting to talk to our faculty about it, and it feels crazy, but that's why we don't think that necessarily we think we need to evolve beyond the librarian used crap test, is because if there's disinformation out there, it's a bad news source. It's not just about, it's somebody's opinion. It's not just, the difference between an op-ed and an investigative report, or something that is academically peer-reviewed. No, we're talking about we're starting to talk about very elaborate attempts to deceive, which is not something that we talked about when we were doing the crab test. And then, of course, there's propaganda. Now, propaganda, any politician who speaks is going to fit, the definition of propaganda. Interested party, trying to instill a particular attitude or response. Okay, so your students need to know the difference between political speech and facts. And these are discussions that you'll need to have. And I'm just talking about, this is only one part of the rapid response that you're going to have. And because I'm a member of the ISTE Games and Sim Network, we have really started to talk about games in the affective domain. So going past information and technology literacy, we are also, for our rapid responses, are looking to see how students can put themselves in someone else's shoes. How us as educators or students can do that. Now, we have a broad swath of students, okay? As educators and the audience, you could be teaching at a private academy where every student that is there is from a socioeconomic background. That could be considered privileged. Your students might also racially be considered privileged. They might not fit into any minority, and because of that, we think empathy and games and even the affective domain can be very useful in this type of rapid responses, because it might not just be a factual issue. It might be understanding what is happening to other people. So the 3 domains of learning, I know this is probably redundant for most of us as educators, but cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. Cognitive, normally what you usually do at school, knowledge. Affective is how you feel, think, act, able to empathize. Psychomotor, that deals with kinetic. Okay, affective domain, behaviors, and I do have it highlighted, and I know I shouldn't read to everybody, but ability to listen to respond, ability to demonstrate values. So what we've also done is as soon as the travel ban went in, we immediately went into I should say, empathy or understanding mode. And the way that we did our rapid response for that, and this is under our multiculturalism one, we went into interactive fiction. And I know that sounds a little funny, that you would think maybe an immersive virtual reality experience would get students into what was going on. And the New York Times has done this, but what we found is even something as simple as an interactive fiction, which means a branching storyline that students click on and have to take the role of a character, that starts immersing them. So we immediately went on and started to show our faculty, and we even did a webinar where we showed interactive fiction. And this was the first one we went into. It's older. It is nothing but white screen and black text, but it makes a difference. Students go in and play the role of a 25-year-old American of Japanese descent from the 1940s, at the time that the Japanese American internment camp was happening. Now, I will tell you, in Colorado here, we have descendants from the Japanese internment camp. We also, in the area where in the area in Colorado where I am located, the internment camps were not that far away. So this is part of our history. So for when our students start reading it, not only the students but most of the teachers also know about this also. So there's an empathy there when you're playing that character, and you begin to realize you're not being given any choices. And that happens a lot with the games I'll be discussing. While people might think of games as a win-loss scenario, having a win-loss scenario, I can tell you a lot of the kind of games that are designed like this, there isn't necessarily a win scenario. And that's what happens in this interactive fiction. You don't win. You can play. You can try all the different options, but you still end up in the internment camp. Okay, now there's another one here, and again, this is interactive fiction. So text with a branching storyline. This one does have pictures, and this one, again, both of these are not commercial games. Both of these are games that someone who wanted to make a difference decided to create and put it out publicly for anyone to play. This one, again, is much like the internment camp one, as you don't win. You get a lot of options, and there's a lot of things that can happen as you're playing this, but you start making decisions. And again, the purpose is to show empathy. Okay, the purpose is to allow your students to be in someone else's shoes. And we thought that this was very important after the first travel ban was signed in, because we wanted our students, and we also wanted our teachers to have resources to be able to do this. Okay, now when it comes to these games, you might say something like, well, I don't have a lot of time for our students to play games. I can tell you, you can use them in a lot of different ways. You can use them as homework. If you have a learning management system, you can put them in there, have students do his homework, and put the discussions there. But for rapid response purposes, we really think that you will be using these games as a discussion prompt. Because for rapid responses, what we have found is something happens on Wednesday, and there's class on Thursday, and we end up addressing it. We don't end up trying to ignore it or doing avoidance. Instead, we think for rapid responses to turbulent times and current events, that a quick response and a quick discussion is better. So using these games as discussion prompts, we have found to be successful. Even the interactive fiction games, bringing them up if you happen to have a whiteboard in your class or over, projected onto a screen, you can be the person who clicks through it. I suggest having the students read it and not have you read it, and then stopping at the decision points and asking the class what they think is best, and just stopping along the way for discussion points. Another place that we have found that has a repository of games for change is Games for Change. And these are games for good and social games. You can go and look at them. They vary on on what they look like, but quite honestly, when it comes to rapid responses, I'm not so much into giving the students this, as an assignment that doesn't involve you. I absolutely believe you as an educator are there, and this is helping you do discussions, whether those discussions be online or face to face. Even games that aren't exactly the best game, with you guiding it, you being the more knowledgeable other, the person who can answer questions, the person who can give a perspective, or if you want to, have students play this and bring in to your class someone who is not from the same geographic area that you are, whether it be from Hangout or whether you can get someone who happens to be local who can walk in and give a different perspective. Like I said, all of these games, I don't believe in playing them by themselves. It's rather use these for your rapid responses. Okay. For games for change, they have even done a contest about asking not only students but professional companies to do a game on migration. They have some games on migration already. Okay, civic games. There's also for games through for change. There's also some civic games that you can look at. But I'm gonna turn it back to, for me and for my lens. It has been dealing with current events, fake news, or other things like that. Now, there is a genre called news games or video games in journalism. And basically, these these news games don't just look at what the story is or pretend to be a journalist. These news games really go ahead and look at all the complex systems and things and the things that are happening. How do reporters find stories? How do stories get tracked? How do you find the sources? How do you find corroboration? So news games are something that you can go ahead and consider if you would like to for your class. Now, this is something that just came out from NPR a couple weeks ago. It's called Factitious. Here is my recommendation for Factitious. My recommendation for Factitious is not that your students go in depth with this one. This one I would not assign to students outside of class. It takes kind of a casual tone and makes it more like, oh, I can't believe you that you thought that was an actual news story. I mean, if you go on it, whether you go on the app or whether you go on NPR to find this, it does click through fast, but it's the kind of game that I would want you as an instructor to play, and it doesn't take long to play at all, and to also think about how this makes for a broader discussion. So this would just be kind of like an overview. Oh, Someone asked about T-Finkel, a VR app. No, T-Finkel is not a VR app. But I know there are other apps. There are other apps out there, VR apps that can do this. And if you and if you are currently, and if you have the resources to do virtual reality to help you do that kind of empathy, and look at games for the affective domain so that your students can discuss things, I say go for it. I will tell you, I am not at an institution that can afford VR, and because of that, I haven't been looking at that much. I know the New York Times did a wonderful job with Syria. I had with the app about being a refugee from Syria. I think the apps will show up. I think over the next, I managed to go to an online conference on virtual reality this week. It was fantastic. I think virtual reality has a humongous potential to help in this area. But right now, it's not something I can deploy easily across our instructors. We have about 800 of them. At this point, we don't have access for anybody for that yet. And I know there are some sessions on VR today, and I think it would be great. I would suggest you go there and see if any of them can help you if you are looking for that. Okay, and if any other questions, please ask them. I'm more than happy. So factitious, NPR has it. It's been circling around the Twitterverse a bit. You can go ahead and you can take a look at it. My personal opinion, it doesn't go as in-depth as I would want it to go, but you can always take it. And look, here's the thing. We're teachers, we're educators. We know where we can add things. If this helps you do a rapid response because your students are asking questions about and it's going to be about politics, asking questions about politics or current events. If this is usable for you, please use it and consider it. My recommendation instead, and especially since this is EdChange Global, is I suggest this one instead. If you are going to have your students talk about facts and stories and how reporters find things, this one almost hits, this is kind of like, using one bird to, using one stone to hit two birds, or I should say that this one I think is impactful. Okay, it is actually hashtag hacked. Hashtag hacked is a game that was developed by Al Jazeera. Now think about giving a different perspective there to your students. Have them play a game that was developed by Al Jazeera. It was developed by a British journalist, and what she did was she did a story, well, a series of stories actually, and a documentary on the Syrian Electronic Army. And while we were talking earlier about the U.S. being hacked and the French election being hacked, the French government has been hacked, okay, by forces from Syria because of their involvement in the Middle East conflict, okay, and this has happened, and it's not like it just happened this year. So hacked actually has it plays almost like an interactive fiction with a lot of text and a lot of branching storylines to make decisions. But along the way, it has bits and pieces of the documentary of tracking down the story of the Syrian Electronic Army and what they were doing for hacking. So, like I said, if you wanted to stretch your students, if you wanted your students to have a viewpoint other than, and I love NPR, but other than an American NPR viewpoint, I would suggest that they take a look at this. I know for our government classes, I have some people using this, and the reason that they're using this, again, it is to broaden students' ideas. And I see there we have a comment saying good for computer science as well. Yes, actually, I think that if you have your students doing computer science or studying a bit of cybersecurity, that this would be something very interesting for them to go ahead and look at. And like I said, it is from Al Jazeera. I know for a lot of Americans, just hearing that, that there may be a bit of discomfort. I would say push through that and take a look at something that is culturally different. Okay, now we've talked about information literacy. We talked about games for the affective domain, and this is where I'm kind of winding down. And anybody who has any questions or anything like that can go ahead and let me know. Let me go back to this. Okay, I will tell you, I come home every night and I watch the news. And I go in between Fox News and MSNBC. And I should be doing news from more outlets, but those are the ones that I'll click back and forth on. And this is something that I actually, when I was driving home from an event in Wyoming, I actually started to see things showing up on Twitter about this. And there were a lot of things in politics that happened yesterday. But this one, and the quote I got from The Hill is thehill.com. The Hill goes, how can I say this? The Hill seems to take shots equally at Republicans and Democrats, so that's why I picked this one. This was the title. This is something that our semester, we're done right now. But if this had happened a couple months back or a couple months in the future, this is something that would need a rapid response. At least for the organizations I'm involved with. The title, Trump encourages cops to be rough with suspects. And what I have highlighted is what has been reported to be his words. This is huge for us. If you're teaching a government or a civics class, what do you say to your students when it comes to this? And this goes back to me saying and believing that the crap test might not be enough anymore. We might have to bring in the affective domain, and I believe we're also going to have to start looking at multicultural curriculum design to deal with situations like this. I mean, when I look at this, I go, okay, there was a court case in the 1800s that, came down with a decision that said you are innocent until proven guilty. And if you look even the top of this, and all right here, this statement, maybe a lot of people don't know the background of the term paddy wagon, but it is not it is not affirmative, and it does refer back to an ethnic group. So you even have that in there. So, I mean, the thing about it is, when you see these words, you really have to think about, how do you deal with this? And where I am, we have criminal justice courses. You know, we have criminal justice courses. What do you say to your students who are in these criminal justice courses? What do you say to your students? Like we just did a course development that was victimology. What do you say to your students there? And I mean, is avoiding it what you should do anyway? So for us, for rapid responses, I will tell you, if our semester was in, we'd be starting to get, how are we going to bring this up? What news source are we going to use? What YouTube video has it, has it exactly, so that we can get to, so that we would be able to show it without any kind of editorializing. And what do we say to our students? What do we say to our students here? And how do we challenge this? This is something, and again, with that story, I will tell you, a lot of us who are developing things at the organizations I'm involved with, we go over to Twitter. We go over to Twitter to see what the responses are. While I did not pull it up while I was showing you some of the material, the tweets from the Russian ministry about Comey being fired, about why Comey was being fired, we did use, because that was the only news source we had. Now, you see that on the one side, and then the Suffolk County Police Department came out and tweeted this. And I think it is important to see both sides of this, but also for our students to make decisions on what they feel about government and officials and in the institutions that they're seeing. And that's what I mean by rapid responses to turbulent times. Here's what we have. We have a statement. We have a statement that talks about, if they happen to get hurt, if a suspect gets hurt, not the worst thing in the world, and that's from a president. And then we have here the Suffolk County Police Department that absolutely, and like all police departments, absolutely needs community support to do the valuable work they do, having to come and state that we do not and will not tolerate roughing up of prisoners. That's not even, the Geneva Convention even. The Geneva Convention does not even allow for treatment of prisoners that way. So, I mean, what do you talk to your students about? What do you have them look up? Do you have them look up the Constitution to see what different articles and amendments deal with this? Do you also have them look up the Geneva Convention? Do you have this discussion? And I think you have to, and that's the stand we have taken. That when things show up, the students will see it, they'll hear it, and they'll know about it. And that's why for us, while the CRAP test, like I said a year ago, we were all about this test. Look at the currency, the relevance, the authority, the accuracy, and the purpose. That we feel at this point in time, we have to look further than that. That we have to do multiple sides. That we have to bring in material that allows students to go ahead and to walk in someone else's shoes to get a different viewpoint, and that just verifying this is not enough for our students. And I'm seeing from Yeah, I'm seeing some comments here about saying that this bothers me, and you know, yes, and I agree, this bothers me, and every single instructor who stops me in the hall or talks to me or comes to any of our professional development training, all of this, it bothers everyone. And that's, I would go back to, we are care bearers. Look, we're educators. We love our students. There's no question about it. And these are our times. This is our world, and if we're going to educate them, it should also be that we bring in how to for them to be responsible and caring citizens, not only in the United States but globally. To not, and while the examples I'm giving are mostly American, it's that they should feel this way when anything happens anywhere, and that they grow up to be the kind of people who can help change that. And I think that that's what, you know, Ed Change Global is about anyway. Now, for us, here's what we've started to look at. We've started to look at the multicultural content and multicultural curriculum, and how to bring, not only bring that content in, but to start thinking about different ways to do these levels. Now, level one approach for this, the contributions approach, and this is basically when you bring in holidays or heroes into your curriculum. As you bring holidays and heroes from other than the majority group. The second approach, unfortunately, our rapid responses is the additive approach. That something has happened, we can't ignore it. We are bringing it into class. We are having our students discuss it, understand it, and the additive approach is what we're at right now. Now, the transformation approach, and I apologize, that should have an I in there. Sorry about the typo. The transformation approach is the approach where we would be redeveloping the whole curriculum to integrate more of a global view, more to bring in peoples who have been marginalized, more to bring in different perspectives. That's the transformation approach. Because these things are rapidly happening, and also because I'm an instructional designer, I can tell you curriculum development takes time. Instead, we're doing that additive approach. We don't think we can get to the transformation approach if we're always in response mode, and I hope someday we're not in response mode and we can do that. But the last level 4, the social action approach, that's the part that I think we might be able to bring in, because I know a lot of us are now bringing in project-based learning and project-based learning approaches. That with that, our students can add that social action at the end of it, because project-based learning, you're always looking forward, you're making it public. Whatever the artifact is, it's not just something that is in the firewall of the LMS, or only the teacher and the other students in the class see it. So I think that's where we can go. So for us, we're looking, we know we're additive, but we're trying to see where we can add that social action approach to us. And so to come back to some of our things, like I said at the beginning, in Denver, because the ADAPT group, the disability rights movement in Denver, at least for the U.S., the group ADAPT was one of the first ones out there actually blocking buses after a July 4th holiday. This is celebrated at our Denver Public Library. But again, in this past month, the ADAPT group has been on the forefront of the protests about the Senate health bills. For us, we need a way to talk about this in our classrooms. We need a way to bring this up. This did happen during the semester. The Philando Castile shooting did not happen this year, but the trial of the police officer and the verdict came out on June 16th. Now, this is something that I really don't believe we can ignore. This was all over social media. Philando's girlfriend and her daughter were in the car when he was shot. She took out her cell phone pretty much right at the end of the shooting, and this is out there, and it went everywhere. This is something that needs to be brought to our students. Our students need to discuss it, and if you think that avoidance will make sure that our students won't see it, that's not what's going to happen. This was all over Facebook. This was all over Twitter. When the verdict came out, I watch the news a lot. I'm sorry. I'm a news junkie. I went flipping through all the channels to see where it was showing up, if it would show up anywhere. It took a long time that night for it to show up. Instead, on Twitter, it was rapid and was constant. For our students, what I ended up doing is I ended up recording the Twitter stream, so that the discussion actually, I was actually able to bring in the Twitter stream so that the students could see how people were reacting to it, not the news filter, but how people were reacting to it. And I think we need to do that a bit more. And I know I brought a lot of heavy topics on. I know we are Care Bears. I know if we could make this not happen, we would make it not happen. But we need to discuss. We need to educate our students. We need to allow our students to be develop that empathy. And this is a meme, and this is something that one of my friends sent to me, because we're doing all of these discussions, figuring out how to bring these topics in, bringing out how to talk about people who are marginalized, talking about information literacy, technology literacy, understanding even how things are done. And this is, and you may not know this person, but he was from the punk band Black Flag. This is something my friend sent me and said this meme is, and this person did an interview about it. This is not the time to be dismayed. This is punk rock time. This is what Joe Strummer trained you for. And if any of you aren't familiar with Joe Strummer, he was the lead singer of The Clash. Okay, so at least for me, this is inspirational. You know, all of us who grew up with the punk rock or metal or rock and roll or anything like that, go to the lyrics. There's always someone fighting for some injustice, someone who's trying to educate, someone who's trying to get the information and the word out to the people. Go back to your lyrics. That's what I get from it. Go back to your lyrics of the songs that inspired you when you were your students' age, and take something from them. And I'm just ending it like this. We're all Care Bears. It is about the students. It is about a better world for them. It's about not just educating them, but allowing them to learn and learn how to be better people than what they're currently seeing. So I'll just end it like that. And the reason I even did this presentation is because I thought it would be appropriate for EdChange Global. So I'll end it there, and if there's any questions or anybody wants to come on mic or discussions, please do. Okay, I think with that, I think we're done. And yeah, I just wanted to say rapid response, turbulent times. We're educators, we're care bears, we can do this. And that's about it. So thanks, everybody. I don't see any comments, so I'm going to get out. And goodbye. Have a great Saturday. Maybe, Kathy. Bye.
To do. Go ahead and mute. Okay.
Do from that computer?
Well, no. Go and stay on there, but maybe sit close so that they can hear. They can hear you from here. All right.
I can still screen share from my.
Yep, your computer's still running, but they're just getting the audio from here.
Oh, got it. Okay. That's yeah. Muted. Okay. Now I hear you. I'll wipe it. Sorry, Kathy. All right. I think we're ready. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Better. Thanks, Jess. All right. So my name is Amy Storr. We're here live from the ECG headquarters in McKinney, Texas. So I'm going to share with you today, well, for Amy Storr, I'm an instructional coach in Montgomery, Texas. It's about 4 hours from here. I'm also a technology integration mentor. Today I'm going to share with you one of my favorite creation tools in the entire world, Buncee, and show how you can use it with something else that I really love, which is hashtag book snaps. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay, so you should see my Buncee. Please let me know in the comments if you cannot see my Buncee, which says Getting Creative with Creation Tools, Buncee, and Book Snaps. Kathy just put someone is repeating what you were saying.
I wonder, you have this muted?
Uh-huh. Yeah, this is completely turned down.
I wonder if that one is...
Everyone needs to mute their mic. Is that what she's saying?
Yeah, let's try it again.
Okay, does it sound better now? Better.
Awesome.
Okay. And can you see my screen? I guess you would see it there, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, they can. I can see it in my picture, my frame. All right. So there's the link down here. If you want a copy of this presentation, this entire presentation was built in Buncee, and everything you see in the Buncee was found in Buncee. So I'm going to go through, and I'm going to show you the basics of Buncee. I'll give you just about 30 more seconds to either jot down that link or scan the QR code, and that's my Twitter handle. They're saying it here in double again. Hey, is that Blair? I think that's Blair. Hey, Blair!
Hey, Amy.
Maybe, let's see, go ahead. I'm going to mute this one, and let's see if yours is working now. All right. Go ahead and mute yourself. See, how are you?
Should I just present from that computer?
Oh, you know what? This one, let's turn down the volume on this one. Okay, so go ahead and try now. Is it still double?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Thank you, Jamie.
Single screen.
Single screen. All right, perfect. All right. So I'm going to show you the Buncee basics. Check out Mr. Buncee Man. Pretty cool. And like I said, all of this that you're going to see here has been found, or you can find it in Buncee. So I'm going to log into Buncee. Then I'm going to run through the basics with you on how to create a Buncee. So this is what you see. like your landing page when you go into your Buncee account. And I'm going to click create. And then this is where you start making your creation. You can give it a title. And then usually I start with choosing my background first. So I'm going to click on this circle right here at the landscape picture. And I'm going to choose a background for my Buncee. Now it defaults to newly added, but you can go through all of these different categories to choose a background that you want, or even type in the search engine right here to find what you're looking for. So let's say that I'm looking for a classroom. I like this one. I'm going to click it. Once it's outlined in yellow, that means you can apply it to your presentation. You can choose apply to this or apply to all. All means every single slide is going to have that same background. I'm just going to choose this. And there it is. Now from here is where you start adding your fun stuff. So click here to add your first item. You'll see that there's a plus sign here and also in the center of your screen. You can use either or. So when you click here, you have some options. You can type in some text. You can add some visuals, including animations, which are pretty cool. You can pull in some web images, 360 images, a YouTube video. Kids can even videotape themselves with this button right here, and you can upload straight from your computer. And then they have these purple buttons down here to create assessments. You can also use this search bar to search all of those media types to find exactly what you're looking for. So I'm going to add some text. And you type right there, and then you can change the size. You can center it. You can change the font. My favorite font is Lifesavers. You can bold it. You can also change the color. Let's choose white since there's a old school chalkboard behind me. And if you notice here, as I'm moving this, it's aligning it. It's centering it for me. So I know that's on the center of the page. So now I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to start adding some more stuff. Now you can also see that these bubbles, I call bubbles, are starting to pop up. When you're building your Buncee, you're adding things. It's layering like a sandwich. So the first thing I added was this text. So that's the bottom of my sandwich. Anything else I add from now on is going to layer on top. So I'll show you what that means in just a second. So let's add an animation. Let's see. I'm gonna go over here to the education category, and I'm going to let's just add a Buncee bus. How about that? And you can click multiple ones, and you'll see they're highlighted in yellow, and that just means you're ready to add. I'm gonna add the Buncee bus. Put him right here. You can resize it. You can actually flip the bus around if you want him facing a different direction. Oh, Kathy, no worries. No worries at all. All right, so there's Mr. Buncee Man. The stickers are your still images. So these are images like JPEGs, things like that. We go to education. These were just added recently, these multiplication tables. So I'm just going to click a couple of them. And it says add 3. So you can now add all 3 of them. And once you have them add, I know this is going to look like one of those lovely, lovely Buncees. It's just for you to kind of get the hang of it. You can resize it, you can flip it, you can do all that fun stuff. Now, all of these bubbles over here, as I call them, let's say that for some reason, I want this multiplication table to go behind the bus. So that means you need to reorder your images. So of course, you can click here and you can click to front or to back, or I can come over here and I can just drag this bus and relayer it. So now my bus overlays the multiplication table. Okay. All right. So let's see. What else can we add? Messages are exactly what that says. Messages just like this. Buncee Doodle is a new kind of game. It's a new game just like Pictionary that just came out. Pretty awesome. Check it out on Twitter, and even they have a blog about it. There's a message that I can add. And check this out. So if you Google my name, Amy, look who pops up. Amy Stores. You can even add an Amy to your Buncee. Isn't that neat? Oh, that was pretty cool. You can also add a 360 image, a YouTube video you can upload straight from your computer. When you add a QR code, it's just a QR code for this particular Buncee. They can scan it and then be taken to your Buncee. So let's say that you are ready. Like, I'm happy with it. It's time to share it out. So you can do a couple of things. From here, you can click share. Oh, I love it too, Blair. And then you can share the code. You can email it. RSVP is a new thing, so you could actually use Buncee to create birthday invites. And there's the social media button as well. If you click on view, this allows you to then download your Buncee. So you can download it as a PDF or a slide image. And because Buncee has moving pieces, you can, if you downloaded it, those pieces freeze. But I found a tool, thanks to Sean Farnham of Buncee. It's called Record It, and you can actually screenshot the Buncee and then save it as a GIF or a GIF, however you say it. And then when you add it to Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, all those moving pieces are still moving. All right, so I'm going to close this out. So that is the basics of Buncee. Fast and furious. So any questions right now before I show you how to use Buncee with book snaps, which I love? Are there any questions right now about the Buncee basics? It's my favorite creation tool. My wonderful principal, we're getting this next year for our teachers and our students. Does it work on iPads? Yes, there is an app for that. There's an app for it. It works great because there's a drawing tool. Did you get the paid version? I do have the paid version. They do have other versions as well, other price ranges too. Depends on what you're looking for. And depending on what you get, the pieces where you can add your text and things like that, some of those are going to be not available to you if you don't have a specific version of Buncee. But I would encourage you to share it with your principal. My principal used it last year, a free version of it, used it all year long to create parent newsletters, to create visuals to send to her parents. And by the end of the year, she knew she wanted to order it for every single teacher at our school for next year. It's a pretty powerful tool. So definitely check it out. All right, so book snaps. How many of you have heard of book snaps before? So book snaps is the brainchild of Tara Martin. So that is Tara Martin. That is both of her Twitter handles. And then that's her lovely picture. If you click the link right here, it's going to take you to her blog, which has a bunch of examples on how to use book snaps with different platforms. Book snaps originated from she was inspired by, I think it was her son. He loves Snapchat. And so she was thinking of ways to use it for educators and for students and came up with book snaps, which in a nutshell is a reading reflection. So it's a reflection on something that, oh, Kathy, I'm sorry. Yes, if you go to, they have a video on YouTube, and their blog and their website has a lot of how-to links, so for sure. So Tara started book snaps. Genius idea. Right now she's doing something called gratitude snaps. And I'm going to find you an example. Okay, so book snaps example. If you click here, it's going to take you to a Twitter search. I just typed in hashtag book snaps in the Twitter search engine up here. And this is an example of a book snap. Looks just like this. You snap a picture of a book that you're reading. Same for students, same for teachers. And then you add stickers. You can add your Bitmoji. You can add a sticker like this, which says right on. You outline or highlight something that really spoke to you as you were reading, and then you give your reading reflection. A really great tool, but sometimes schools block Snapchat. Like my district does not allow students or teachers to use Snapchat on their Wi-Fi. So Tara, as well as other educators, have found other platforms that you can use, such as Buncee, to create your book snap. Other platforms you could use are PicCollage, Aviary, Seesaw, Google Drawings. Let's see what else. She has all the how-to videos on her blog. So she shows you how to use it with Snapchat, but she also shows you how to use it with other places. So I'm going to show you how to use it with Buncee. So just read. We need to give our kids time to read, and not read to gain points, not read to fill out a reading log, but read for enjoyment. So just read. So here's some books that I'm reading right now, or I'm planning on reading soon. Right now I'm reading Joe Bowler's book, Mathematical Mindsets. If you're a math teacher, it is one of the best books I've read in a while. And I read Big Magic this past school year. Wonderful book by Elizabeth Gilbert. Christopher Emdin, and I'm sure I'm saying his last name incorrectly. Yes, Kathy. This is my first book I've ever read from her, and she is fantastic. The brain research is blowing my mind. I watched his TED Talk, and I bought his book because of his TED Talk. The Epic Classroom, Trevor Muir, he had a video that was released recently called The Epic Classroom, and I bought his book because of that video. And then Ditch That Homework by my buddy Matt Miller and Alice Keeler. If you've read Ditch That Textbook, this is their second book. I guess you would consider it in that series, and I'm excited about reading that one. So I'm going to make my book snap with Buncee today with Joe Bowler's Mathematical Mindsets. I'm going to click edit real quick so I can do it within here. So I went ahead and added some screenshots of some pages that I've read recently that I really love, that really spoke to me. Oh, I can't wait to read it, Blair. I cannot wait. All right, so these are a couple of pages that I kind of had an aha moment while reading, and so I wanted to share them with you. So this right here says, in case you can't read it, it says, the powerful thinkers in today's world are not those who can calculate fast, as used to be true. Fast calculations are now fully automated, routine, and uninspiring. The powerful thinkers are those who make connections, think logically, and use space, data, and numbers creatively. I thought that was one of the best lines I've read so far, but then it really became true, and it was really highlighted when these two graphics were shared, either a couple pages after or before. But this is Fortune 500's most valued skills in 1970, and you can see that computation is at the very top. Fast forward to 1999, computation is all the way at the bottom. And what's replaced it is teamwork, problem solving, interpersonal skills, oral communication, listening skills, all those future-ready skills we want our kids to have when they enter the workforce. So these two pages really spoke to me. So once I get to a page that I really loved, and even thinking back to kids, I had a guy that shared recently, he shared a Care Bears book that he or his child book snapped about. So it's for any age level, and you snap about what it's speaking to you. You can summarize the book this way. Tara released an image recently, and it says, listen to the book snaps. The kids are speaking through them, and that's so true. So I'm going to add some stuff and make my own book snap. So I already saved my Bitmoji. If you look right up here, I have a Bitmoji extension right here where I can grab my Bitmoji. If you've not made a Bitmoji before, I highly suggest it. It's so much fun. You could spend all day on it. So I'm going to click this little plus sign here and click upload. And when you do that, it took me a while to figure out how to use this part, but you drag and drop or click here. So when I click here, let's see, I know I saved it last night. There it is. So let's say I'm going to add this Bitmoji. So it's going to go to the cloud, and once it is here, you just click add all. So you can take your Bitmoji, and when you use the Google extension, it takes away that white space from the back, so you can add it and it looks nice and pretty. So hitting the books. From here, you could also, the drawing tool is a lot easier on a tablet, but from here, let me choose a different color. Let's do, oh, oops. Let's do yellow, make that a little bit smaller. And you can come over and you can find the quote that really spoke to you, and you can circle it, or like I did. The book is just nothing but highlights for me. And then you can add some text. So I typed some text up earlier, just for time reasons. So I'm going to come here, hit the plus sign, go to my text button, paste that in here. Like I said, you can change the color, you can center it, you can make it a little bit bigger, you can change, let's do a different color, how about that? Change the font, And then you can move it, much like you would in book snaps. You just move it, move the text box. Now look, see what happened here? There you go, it's on top of it. All right, so that's literally what book snaps are. It's you're reading a book, you get to a part that you really love that you want to reflect on, you snap a picture. I think as of right now, you cannot take a picture within the Buncee app, but you would take a picture, save it to your camera roll, and then just upload it to Buncee, just like I did with my Bitmoji. Same process. And then you add a reflection, and how you reflect is up to you. Kids as young as kinder may just be adding reflections using nothing but visuals, and that's perfectly fine. Older kids, even adults, I've been using book snaps as a professional to reflect on books like Joe Bowler's book. So it's a great way to reflect on what you're reading, and then you share it out for the world to see using the hashtags, hashtag book snaps. So anyone who Googles that hashtag can find all the different examples of book snaps, whether you've used Snapchat or Seesaw or Pic Collage or Aviary or Buncee. If you use those hashtags, you can find it. So pretty cool, right? I'm going to give you a challenge in just a little bit. This one was just about a half-hour session because I'm heading back home in just a bit. But I'm going to give you a challenge. We're going to have some prizes, Buncee prizes, to give away for the winners. But before I announce the challenge, any questions about book snaps? It's cool though, right? Yep, I do love it. All right, so here's your challenge. You ready for it? All right. I challenge you to create a hashtag book snap about something you have learned during EdChange Global. Winners will be announced soon. When you post, use these hashtags. Hashtag book snaps, hashtag ECG 2017. I have heard and seen, but now inspired to start can be addicting. Yes. The Bitmoji alone, I could sit and just design myself all day long, but the book snaps are fun and it's relatable for kids. So many of our kids have technology within their reach and love to use it. And this is just a great way to elevate their voice in the classroom and even for teachers. So I want you, so at some point today, between now and the end of EdChange Global, to create a snap of something you've learned at EdChange Global over the past 2 days. Snap about it. So you don't have to snap a page of a book. You could snap a person who's presenting at a conference. You could snap maybe a graphic that was shared in EdChange Global and reflect on it. So the possibilities are endless. All right, before I get going, any questions about Buncee, any questions about book snaps? I'm so glad that you came and joined me. Please feel free to unmute yourself if you have anything to share or any questions, or just drop it in the group chat. And if you didn't see, the link to the presentation is at the very top of the chat. Where do you find Buncee and how does it cost? All right, so when you're at Buncee, let me log out. There should be a place for schools. You can come here, and when you're at for schools, it should give you some information for pricing. I say that, now I can't find it. Let's see. Press more info. Buncee's in schools. You could just do an account for you. I will find it. There's a place to find the pricing. I just know it. But I will find it, and I will drop it in this chat, or I will put it on Twitter, Kathy. If you're on Twitter, Kathy, you can reach out to me at TechAmys, TechAmys, and I will make sure I get that info to you. Maybe it's under Discover. Looky there. What is Buncee request? Well, it's here, I promise. There's a pricing page somewhere. All right, any more questions? We'll do, and I can do the work too, no worries. Oh, thanks, Kathy. It's here, I promise. I just don't know why I can't find it. Any more questions before I head back home? Do you have a how-to in your blog for Buncee? I don't know that it's in my blog. I know I have a lot of it. There are some blog posts within my blog about Buncee, but if you go to YouTube, there was a really nice how-to video on YouTube that was created by one of our ambassadors. But also within the Bunty blog itself, there's some good resources for how to. And please reach out to me. Like Blair, if you decide to do this with your kids, I would love to demo Bunty for your kids. Skype in one night or one day with your kids in Australia. Yes, let's do it. All right, any more questions before I head home? Thank you so much for joining me. Please reach out to me on Twitter. You're welcome, Kathy. Reach out to me on Twitter. I'm on Facebook and Instagram as well. And if you need me, I'm here for you. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, Blair. It's nice to see you.
See ya, Amy. I'm off to bed, 12:30 here.
Yeah, there's too many people trying it up. Huh? Good. I guess the most simplistic thing I would say is a language. Learn the basics just from the beginning. You see errors coding before you go through and click on like JavaScript or Python, CSS, and you can still run these different modules and have it code. After the first year when we had our code, I had some students into like a little club session, and I just showed them like an infographic back from some of the publicity pieces that our people put together about numbers of jobs that will be available and the small percentage of women entering the field. So I had a couple of girls that really were struck by that, and I said, "Well, what are you going to do about that?" And they said, "Well, we should have a girls' book club." That started off like a morning before school activity. I volunteered to facilitate it. Those girls were baseball. I think we had 80% of every fourth grade girl in high school. And they went, we used the code.org curriculum. So they went through the courses and have achieved great success. And in fact, the second year of the school, challenge them in that case is, okay, so they have this baseline skill now. What do we do with it? And that's when we started to try to look at some ways of how do you use code. So we had an organization that was promoting attacking the good, and women would bring in area nonprofits and she would present to the girls. That's where we had kind of left off at that point. How do you now use this? Well, I think that I'd like to appreciate girls code that on Twitter, and this next week I'm going to have a session that's mostly girls in our school. There are groups that put on so I met now 50 girls and 5 boys. So I'm really looking forward to promoting the idea of suicide, violence,
Can you go over a little bit about how like the hour of code came about and exactly what that means? Yeah, I would agree. I think that is the perfect way to begin. It is so non-threatening and everything is set up for you, including like all the and it's pretty easy if your district hasn't done it to really get it to be school-wide or even district-wide event, which is how we did it in our place. I'm gonna try to look up and post a link. I had my kids reflect this year because with the school and this was their second year taking in it, and it was what do they wish for next? Kind of a reflection. I'm gonna look up that video. So I think that's what has to happen is you can't just have it be that one event you join every year. It's like, all right, what are we gonna do with this? Why is this important? What do we want our kids to be able to do next? So I'll look at that link. I'll post it. So one Jason said, I'm going to also there's a lot of stuff about them. What is that some of my things that we're doing is we use common timely support our math and looking at this discussion, it might be something like this is done too. If they're finding their own space. I mean, I've done to the point where there are great apps that are helping for environment. So, and also share doing chat program with link for us, and include new also for one. You talk about that.
And that's just my website, and you type to do like a blog post, like you're the most, and that's the link you'll find the videos of it's talking about the experience and what to use for next activities. I will say too, I'll post a couple of links dated in the next sessions, like the girls, when I did the girls from Coach Club, found a woman went through, I think it was through Microsoft. It was the women in the field, and the woman was, fairly young still, and was going to like real early morning chat in LA, I believe. We were on the East Coast, and it was really neat for the girls to sit there and have a conversation to learn more about what do you do when you face that problem before they kind of hit the wall, the payment advice. And then they also Skyped last year with one of the companies, like the Dash and Dot makers, and we were just mesmerized by listening to again this team of 5 or 6, young, hip, cool science people, and that kind of got that fired up as well. So there's so many opportunities, all free, to connect with people in the real world that are doing coding for a living. So I'll try to get those links. Locally here, I made a contact with Coder Dojo. Coder Dojo was I think it's a bigger worldwide organization starting in Ireland. The Coder Dojo does workshops for students and ICT Android devices. So I think set up something big, and my idea was to look at some of the things that are on after school program. So in our we're a Title I school, we do have a significant portion of our population of students staying after school for study. But daycare, they do homework and they do some enrichment activities, do some more like outside things, which is great for students that you need that. But at the same time, that time after school can be a fine time also for clubs. At our school, we do have like a running club, Korean running club, and we will have part of our sessions. And one of my thoughts is that at least once a month, twice a month, maybe opening up my classroom for learning. But we've had them come in, they're going to come in the fall to do an actual coding workshop. So they're different devices. They're using Android devices. So this is Coder Dojo. I put the link in there, and they kind of I'm trying to work with local affiliates for Dojo there. And so yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities to kind of reach out to the community and reach out to experts. If they can't be there in person, to have them share their experiences over Skype. It's like having a beer day, but that's known those things. To use them and have them to be able to share how their coordination is going. Especially with video recording, maybe even creating some videos. I know that one of the students in my class, shout out to Brian for my graduating class, was an intern. I mean, he wanted to be like a coach himself, so he created some videos, just going step by step, how he programmed the good robot, and that he created several slideshows that were a G Suite or Google Apps tool. This is that, so then talking about the things, I think we should always try to reach out and see what's out there and bringing experts into our classroom, either in person, possible, or even from Google Hangouts.
Yeah, I just started this job as a tutor for science education. I'm kind of on the natural science side of STEM. But I just become interested in coding and finding out more about it.
Yeah, the whole generation is how to integrate uh, the programming or hardware and with other things that that's why we are.
Right.
So go ahead and look at the live sample. We have kind of in we have joining us Kamala, Dina, Donna, and she talks about feedback about our such a great site. And I know that you said Becky also have a question about where do you find liquid for plastic boxes. We have maybe something there, but then let's start. She was sharing a video using like first week last week. So that's pretty cool. I'm not sure if I'm able to share that here, but I'm just the way to copy the chat about the links that are here and we publish them kind of like a show notes. If that's, I mean, it's not show, right? So I'll do some show notes for what somebody uh, and so
So would you have any tips for integrating coding or even like just beginner coding into life sciences, depending on what age group I was working with?
so yeah, I mean, I about looking at coding and life sciences. I'll share a quick that I had this I participated in a energy access or next generation high standards
Yeah.
and so here locally we had California in Pasadena and California there. We, they're known for a lot of the work we do with science. So they have a really science kind of like a network and one of our local elementary did a workshop with teachers. And a lot of it that we did was breaking down the performance expectations for all the scientists, specifically like something like the ecosystem, the life cycle, and what the way that they did it, I think it's really important that they designed a hands-on activity. And so I think that's the way I would approach it, coding itself. Uh, looking at space, maybe like we didn't talk too much here about scratching text, but looking at skills like scratch, we look at storytelling. And so we have a language like scratch that you can maybe have students that design like a program that will show the life cycle of fraud, life cycle of selling, or something else. I mean, so I mean, those are kind of my two ideas. Like, I have been a member of Scratch, I know there's Scratch Junior, and, and so the idea of students as like students as viewers beyond beyond the consumer report, which is basically reading class lower discussion to solve that puzzle. So I really love the idea of Jane McDonald. Yeah, so I really love the idea of Scratch. So that's it. I started with the yeah. And so I know Jane McDonald is on particular program. Uh, cool. And so that's all. I mean, back to the actual uh, uh, so I think for now it's a good spot. You might already do about this, especially train to handle part of exchange global 24 hours this kind of style online discussion development. So it's an awesome experience. And I think that the attitude that I'm here to share a little bit and I think learn a lot. Learn a lot from you guys share. You know, what's and so with that, I think some of the rest. I mean, we did 4 hours, but I want to thank the conference for organized. No, Matthew was being very the people that are doing all the back end stuff to make sure that we're live. And really important, I think, is that's really important questions for that. I'm gonna make sure that I copy all these links to the that back to the blog post. Everyone is representing especially my mind. And just best of luck with when you're doing our education.
Thank you. I'm not sure exactly yet. I'm normally used to just doing like informal education, outdoor education. I did some dealing with wetlands when I was working at Tuscaloosa College in Greenville, Tennessee. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do next, but I'm on the lookout for it.
Well, best of luck. I mean, I think there's a next topic to many opportunities inside education, outside education for be part of it. I mean, I always have never had the chance to be part of it, but it's an organization. So best of luck to you. Work for your path and
thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
This is a great session. I appreciate it.
Yes. Also, I think the story was in our chat. I'm in live voice thank you for starting and Christina also for being here with us. Those that are either make sure you follow BCG 2017 hashtag on Twitter. So looking forward to continuing the conversation. Until next time, so Christina live. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye. I'm actually going to just go ahead and copy over. No, I'll ask Matthew to. I'm just going to do a big copy from. Um, before asking about that, right? I'll let you copy. Awesome. So then I'll do this. Our talk. I'm going to be thinking. Thanks so much. Bye.
Hi, hi. Can you hear me? Oh, I guess you can't. Can you hear me? Hi, Denise. Can you hear me? Oh, hi, Denise. Happy you're here.
Hi, how are you? Yes, I can hear you fine. Thanks.
You do maker stuff?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to share my screen. I don't have a thing for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get started with maker stuff. I've been working with Raspberry Pi a lot, and I didn't go to the. I don't know. Are you in the United States? Where are you from?
Yeah, New Mexico.
Okay, I'm from South Carolina, but they had like 2 Pi academies. One was like in Ohio, one was in Michigan. It was too far for me to travel. So, but we have a maker space here at the beach. That's called.
Nice.
Yeah, so we have a great maker space here. So I've been trying to learn some stuff from them. I'm interested in middle school STEM. So that's why I'm here, and hopefully you'll share some great stuff with me today. So.
Well, hopefully. Hi, Grant. Good to see you.
Hey, Jackie. I just heard this thing was going on, and I checked the schedule, and I said, well, I'll work with you.
Great. Have you been in Santa Fe? I'm just getting my water. Have you been in Santa Fe?
You know, I haven't, but I'm coming in a couple, actually a week and a half.
So make sure you find some time so we can get together.
I will have some time. I'm going to be working with Poyakwe Valley, and so I'll be around for a couple days.
Milwaukee.
Poyaki.
Milwaukee. I'll have to get you. So I don't want them to think you're from out of state. All right. So I'm trying to figure out how to just share my one thing, but I guess I'm not going to be able to. You can't see. Oh,
all you have to do on
there
the
it is.
side menu there, yes. So there's a green with the arrow. Yes, perfect. Now we see it.
Hi, Peggy. So I have a formal presentation going on. Hi, Amy and Brett. And somebody, if you can mute, I'll mute yourself and then come on mic. I don't know who's. I don't know where that's coming from. I think it's Ed Chang. I don't know where. Can you guys hear that extraneous noise? I think it's Ed Change. I can't mute them either. Maybe if I ignore them. Oh, there it goes. All right. So I do have a formal presentation. Now I got rid of it. And I am going to present it, but I also, as I teach both. So you should see the presentation slides, hopefully. And come on mic anytime you want. And I'm going to keep checking into the, oh, I got it, Ed Change Global. So I flip around. So if you're going to hear me pause, it's because I look at comments. I'm trying to figure out how to do the chat and the presentation at the same time. I don't think I can, but I'll just flip back and forth and again, come on mic, and I teach and I present in a manner that's called call and respond. So I don't like just one-way communication. You see my little guys there. And I teach gifted kids part-time, and I teach higher ed tech probably full-time for a couple of universities, Boise State and Walden and Western Governors. So somebody's on. Do you have a question? Oh, all right. And I'll have these slides available so you have the links, but I like interaction. So don't think you're rude if you just want to come in. And again, I'm going to keep popping around looking at, thanks, Peggy, all the chats. And this is the most I usually talk when I do presentations and when I teach in the classroom. You'd have a hard time finding me. And that's the way I like it, because I should be in the background, and my learners, whether they're my elementary students or my college students, should be at the center of learning, not me talking. But I do want to convey some information today. So, but please jump in. So I'm going to show you part of this video. This is, these are images, and I'm going to show just part of it of what I do with my kids and my older kids. And I want to pretty much expand the definition of maker before I get into the framework of what maker education is, because I think it's been here since the beginning of time, and people are getting a little too seduced with 3D printers and laser cutters and high-tech robotics. And I love that stuff too, but if we want to create an inclusive environment, I think it's important that we really make that full definition of maker education. See, I pop around. So let me get it to the place I want it. Oh, I know what happened. I turned it down, so sorry. This is going to take a second for me to get it. Went right out of that, didn't I? Right back there. I have this little toolbar at the bottom that I'm trying to get past the video part. Oh, you can hear the 16-second. It'll get to the part I want you to see in a second. Maybe not. Google Slides has this thing on the bottom. And every time I try to get past it, it won't let me. Anybody have ideas? I teach tech, isn't that ironic? There's always a workaround. For maker education. So as part of my introduction to a framework for maker education, and I can't see your I'd like to talk about what is making. So along with the slides I prepared, I want to read 2 quotes by Adam Savage of Mythbuster fame. First one, make something, make anything. Weld, carve, cook, sculpt, sew. Make something in the world that wasn't there before. As humans, there are 2 things that make us truly unique. The ability to use tools and the need to tell stories. Making things is both. Everything made has a story embedded in it. When you make something, it becomes part of your story. Humans are natural storytellers. And when you make new things, you join in the most ancient and important story of all. The second quote comes from his Bay Area Maker Faire keynote talk from 2016. What is making? It is a term for an old thing. It is a new term for an old thing. Let me be really clear. Making is not simply 3D printing, Arduino, Raspberry Pi, LEDs, robots, laser and vinyl cutters. It is not simply carpentry and welding and sculpting and duct tape and drones. Making is also writing and dance and filmmaking and singing and photography and drama. Every single time you make something from you that didn't exist in the world, you are making. Making is important. It's empowering. It's invigorating. But why? There are lots of results that are good that come from making. We improve the world around us. We show people how much we care about them. We solve problems, both personal and societal. All right. So now that we've covered what is making, I'd like to get into this. Does anybody in the chat have any ideas they want to add to that? I see you made a comment, Grant. You want to talk more about that?
Well, I just agree with you, Jackie, because I go to so many schools where people say, oh, let's drop a 3D printer into the library and throw some Legos and tools around, and the pedagogy does not extend anywhere throughout the school beyond that and more deeply. And so I think people can make these excuses that they're creating maker spaces and somehow leading to a deeper learning system in the school, and sometimes it can be a bit of a convenient excuse. So obviously I applaud the fact that making is a pedagogy that can and should extend throughout the curriculum, not just in one spot in the school.
Yeah, I have this, I've come, and I'll show you that in a second. I come from a background of experiential education, and I have a belief that we can include making in every content area, regardless of age level too. And I don't think I think we might intimidate some teachers with the 3D printers and the laser cutters. There is a learning curve, but if I tell them we're going to use, and I have, when I did my ISTE workshop, we're going to use LED lights and coin batteries. It's pretty amazing. One of the pictures I took, it was part of a little workbook with LEDs. And then they had a draw around it. She said, I can be a maker. So I think we intimidate people. And again, you saw, I love the robotics, and I have a whole set of different kinds for my students, but I also have them just use paper origami, and they like that as much as they like the robots. Denise, do you want to add to that? I do like the Raspberry Pis and things like that. Do you want to add anything to that?
Sure. I do think that 3D printing is important. I do think that laser cutting is important. We have a maker space here at our beach, and we have probably the people that are working at it are in forensic cybersecurity and are internationally known. And are, you know, and are into definitely helping the community. And I think those are cutting edge things. And yeah, I do agree that they can go across disciplines as well. Raspberry Pi is just something I picked up this summer. I could not attend the conferences. I didn't have the financial support to fly out to Michigan where the Pi Academy was, or the one in Idaho. So I went down to the makerspace and they started teaching me, and Raspberry Pi is the teaching of Python, and everything is run by code. So I think those are important skills that you're teaching to students. So, you know, I do think that some of those pieces of equipment are valid and they are important, and they are teaching higher learning, and they're teaching creativity. And like in robotics, not only do we get the robots to do certain tasks on the table, but we're also teaching middle schoolers about core values and skills that are important to you know, work as a team and collaboration and all those things. In addition to doing projects and them having to make things to, you know, fulfill it, to solve a real world problem. So I do think that they're great. I do think that they're cutting edge. Would I want my kid into school with a 3D printer and laser cut? Yes, I would. It's cutting edge technology. And I know what you're saying was how they're using it, but I think that you're right. There's got to be an extension that everybody, all discipline areas, learn about it. So that's my 2 cents. But thanks for asking.
No, I agree. For me, and I just wrote a blog post last week called "Getting Beyond I Can't Do This." I think regardless of what activities, a 3D printer, laser cutter, robotics, origami, it's a different pedagogy, as Grant mentioned, because it's not, let's do a worksheet and how much did we get right or wrong and move on. I have kids yell out all the time, "I can't do this," after first try, and then they because they're not used to that, and I have to really push them. And I think regardless, like I said, of what maker activity, there is a learning curve, and I think that's good, because life is about learning curves and learning not only how to create the products, but what's the process of being a maker. I want to see.
Jackie,
I saw them.
Go
ahead, Grant.
Can I share a quick story that I think maybe articulates what I was trying to say?
It's an ed camp. That's what we do.
Yeah. So I was at a school last winter, and they were touring me around the school, and they had a maker space, and actually it was a fairly public space. And in one area they had set up a challenge, and any student could enter into this challenge, and it had something to do with it was building something, a robot or a race car or something like that. And actually any student that had a idea could get some resources, and they could build this. They had lots of good technology and then cutting edge stuff and all that. And it was great. And the guy giving me the tour said, and then one student comes up to me and says, "Well, rather than building that challenge, I really wanted to build some kind of a motorized skateboard or something." And they said, "Well, okay, that's great. That's good lateral thinking. Why should we restrict to this challenge if some kid wants to follow their interest?" And so they gave him some resources to do that. And I said, "Okay, so wouldn't the holy grail of this be a little bit that a kid comes in and says, okay, but I'm not interested in building a robot or building a skateboard. I'm interested in, as Jackie just said, or
Denise, I think.
Denise just said, you know, there's a problem out in the homeless community that I want to design a solution for that has nothing to do with, I'm not going to be using a laser printer on this, but the kids are now extrapolating their making capability, the processes and the thinking processes of making into something that may not involve, you know, manually building something, but is solving some other problem. They're making a solution to some problem that is in a discipline that might be more related to social studies or art or their language arts or something like that. And to me, that's where now we see the pedagogy, the actual understanding of making and the pedagogy of making percolating out throughout the school.
And for me, that's the ultimate goal. And it's, you know, I work at some lower income schools, and I've heard to have them learn some skills. And I'm actually doing a unit in the fall on entrepreneurship, and they're going to figure out what to sell, how to make it. So I'm anything from laser cut, because we have a makerspace too, to duct tape wallets. I'm just going to offer them, but then they're going to decide which community nonprofit should get their funds. So I think extending this into how to make my life better, my family lives better, my school community, global, I think that's, for me, the bigger picture of what making should be about. We're so dependent on going and buying things and consuming. And I think in all realms of teaching now, we have the tools to have students create more. And that's, for me, powerful, that they're being empowered to make, like that kid who said, I want to go solve a community problem. What a gift that was. You know, if a student did that to me without prompting, I would just get chills up and down my spine. I want to know if Matthew or Kathy want to add to this. Or even Denise or Grant to come back. I know some people have 3 windows open at the same time. I usually do. All right, so I'm going to share some more, and then I'll come back to you. You should see the slides again, hopefully. So again, I think it was Denise who asked for the slides. So you do have a copy of the slides. I'm not going to, again, I don't want to, this isn't a formal presentation. I don't do formal presentations, but you'll have these resources. But I really like this quote. When a kid builds a model rocket or a kite or a birdhouse, she not only picks up math, physics, and chemistry along the way, she also develops her creativity, resourcefulness, planning abilities, curiosity, engagement with the world around her. So I just love that making is so interdisciplinary. Is somebody on want to come on? Matthew, you want to come up? Matthew, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself. No. Can anybody hear him? I see you talking. All right. Oops, I think he's popping in back in.
Hello?
Hi, Kathy. You want to?
Hi.
You want to jump in?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest for people interested in following this, John Spence, or is it Spencer?
Spencer.
He's got some great links and ideas on his YouTube channel. He's just launched that book called Empower. But a lot of his work these last few weeks that he's been posting is about maker spaces, everything from shopping lists to create that, to extensive ways to differentiate the project-based learning from makerspace, from a regular free form, take it where you want to go with it, to a more formulated, kind of like a Shark Tank presentation to help guide them and empower them through the steps they would go through. So if
he has create. So if you want to go grab the link to his YouTube channel, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Lost. All right, so I'm hoping the slides show up. If the slides don't show up, just let me know. These are just some resources. I'm not going to go over them in detail. I have links. I do blog a lot about Maker Ed. And this is what I call a perfect storm. And these are just some variables that affect Maker Ed, do it yourself. We're into anything we want to learn about. You go to YouTube and you Google it, and there's a tutorial there. And kids are growing up. We're called the Minecraft kids, who just go on YouTube. They have YouTube channels themselves, so that's all there. There is a big push for STEM and STEAM, and we have lots of affordable. Even though I talked about 3. I have robots series, everything from Sphero to Ollie to Dash and Dat. And if you want, I have a blog post of all of them I use, and most of them cost under $100. That's a lot for a teacher, but there's, compared to what robots used to cost, they're pretty affordable. This is what I talked about. I come from a maker experiential ed background, And the principles behind experiential ed are actually the same principles we should be using for Maker Ed. Learners are engaged intellectually, emotionally, socially. You see them all. And again, you'll have those links where you can look at it later. And this idea of STEM and STEAM, I tell teachers sometimes when you say, I want to do Maker Ed, you have administration go, huh? But if you say, talk about STEAM or STEM, especially STEM with all the push for it, then it gives it more legitimacy in some people's eyes. And these are links to a thing link that has a lot of resources connected to it. This is where I think what Grant was saying, I created this model, Stages of Making, and I think we have to scaffold. I have 4th and 5th graders. I do a summer camp who don't even know how to use scissors and tape. And I think we can't make assumptions, and sometimes we have to scaffold. So I talk about everything from copying to going up this ladder to creating something new in the world. And I think when you mentioned, Grant, about that kid, he didn't want these bottom. You said, I'm ready to create something new. And we shouldn't ever hold a kid back, because I say that making's about process, more about product. We like a good product, especially if it's going out into the community. But I want them to learn things like perseverance and asking for help and working with group and seeing the big picture, which is not, it's not focused upon enough in the schools. And these were some articles that were written about the model. I got interviewed about this framework, and I'll introduce it to you, but there's one from Mindshift and the magazine. So that's the framework, but before I jump in, I want to go back to the chat. I know, Matthew, you wanted to talk before. Okay, I didn't know they were public.
Is my mic on? No, yes, maybe, no?
Yeah, we could hear you,
Oh,
great.
Hi, Jackie. Thanks so much for being patient. I just want to question that graphic you had 2 or 3 slides ago, the slide 9, I think. I was just curious.
Yeah.
That's such a powerful slide. I would imagine I saw it on Twitter. Where does that slide come from?
Me. I created it.
Have you tweeted that out?
I tweeted my, I'm making this public. I think you could see that. All right. Thanks for reminding me. It's part of a blog post I wrote, but yeah, it was probably almost 2 years ago now.
Okay. That's one of those slides that just sort of pops out. Like, wow, yeah, that, people talk making all the time, and that's sort of captures it graphically, like the different. Anyway, I just thought that was a super powerful slide, but you should like maybe once a year tweet that out, and maybe you can get, because sometimes it doesn't have to be new. Sometimes it just has to hit the right. That's funny about Twitter, like it just has to hit the right people at the right time, and suddenly you'll get 30 retweets. The same tweet a week later gets 2. You know what I mean? Anyways, I thought that was a really powerful slide. Also, I wanted to thank you for this format. I love the EdCamp unconferencey kind of format, so I really appreciate that. Thank you for doing that. And the only piece I'd sort of add to the conversation, because a lot's been said about it already, is just to share a quick case study and what my school does. We're a small school with a lot of resources, so this isn't really, I don't know if this is accessible to everyone, but it's one way to do maker education. And I don't know, it's funny, I guess a question I'll end with is, what schools do you know that do maker ed really, really well? I'd love to hear if people, because I know there's some small, I think there's some really, really tiny schools that's all they do. I've read about it. I've never visited them. I've sort of heard there's these mythical, High Tech High is a famous one, but I don't know. I don't think they do maker ed all day. Anyway, all I know is that my school went to High Tech High 4 years ago, and we observed their maker education, and we wanted to imitate a little bit of that. And we do it for about an hour and a half a week. And an hour and a half a week certainly is not, groundbreaking in any sense, but we're really proud of our hour and a half. And the neat part about it is we made it systematic to our school, meaning like we have for our middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th, it flows. So in 6th grade, we have a STEAM class. There's a lot of schools have STEAM classes, and it's a great way to start, right? And we do like a paper roller coaster, which is sort of a classic maker project. And what else we do the CO2 car, which is another one that's as old as time, right? And then 7th grade, we do, instead of doing like 6-week projects, we do like 12-week projects, and we do like bigger interdisciplinary. Like one big project they do is they they redesigned the U.S. monetary system.
Oh, that one's really cool.
It's, you know, I think that's been done a few times before, but it's big, it's broad, it's got, you know, history woven in, and it's beyond STEAM even, right? It's truly interdisciplinary, and that's like a 12-week unit. And then when in our 8th grade year, we do True Genius Hour, where they can do literally anything. And we sort of that's it's hard to teach those classes. It takes a while to learn how to do them. We've gotten pretty good at it. I think we can do better. But I think the other special, so the 2 special things we do that are maybe a little different, not different, but they take resources. Is one, we have a 3-year plan, right? The STEAM into the basic STEAM into advanced STEAM into Genius Hour, a 3-year plan to teach design thinking. And the other unique thing is it really is a STEAM class. It's team taught. So it's the science teacher, the math teacher, and me, the tech teacher, and the art teacher. Actually, it's sometimes we have 3 teachers, sometimes we have 4. So 3 to 4 teachers teaching a class of about. It's an independent school, so again, this is where things don't scale terribly well. But we have about 30 to 40 kids which is the whole grade essentially, the whole 8th grade or the whole 7th grade, the whole 6th grade, with the whole science and math team. And anyway, that's how we do it. It's an hour and a half a week. We do design thinking well, and the other 30 hours of education are traditional. So I guess I close with the question, like, Debbie, I guess you've done this for you're an expert at this, or Jackie. I'm sorry, Jackie. What do you know of other schools? What I don't even really know what High Tech High does. What are there other schools that you know of that do Maker Ed really, really well?
So I put in a link in the chat. When I switch, and you could stay on mic to tell me when I switch. Can you see the switch?
Tinkering School.
Yeah. That's one. He's like, it is elementary, but he has them using power tools when they're 6 and 7 years old. And that's their whole model, is to learn by making, by doing. And I have this idea, I'm hoping we're on the cusp. I hear, when I started talking about experiential ed and Maker Ed years ago, people were like, nope, we have to cover the standards, saying you don't need to have the standards. You cover them with your activities. So I see my gifted kiddos all day long, 1 day a week for 2 schools. And I do making all day long from the morning. And I do language arts, I do robotics in the afternoon. I pull out the computers. You're a tech teacher. They have to document, which I'll show you a little later if we have time, all their learning on their Chromebook. So they're taking pictures and then they have to reflect on them. So, and even reflection becomes a form of making. So I think it's possible. I think we have to get away from the way we were taught or the way we think we were taught, because people get stuck in this habit. And my saying is, don't teach the way you were taught, teach the way you wish you were taught. And I know my K-12 education was painful. I was bored stiff and I love to learn. And there's even kids now, I've heard kids in presentations, high schoolers saying, I can't wait to get out of school so I could go home and learn, which is heartbreaking because it should be part of their education. So I think you're doing it right, where you're just doing it. That's why I tell teachers, just start a little bit at a time, but then keep expanding it. So you may have an hour and a half, like you were saying, but then maybe in a year or 2, 3 hours. And I could show you, like I said, when they're blogging about their reflection, so they're doing visual arts, they're doing language arts, they have to present it. I give them academic vocabulary that they have to do in their blog posts. Their project itself involved a lot of STEM. So I think people need to realize that we could, if you look at Common Core standards, they're actually about application. And that's what we need to do more of. I'm going to open up to see if, Grant, you want to come back on? I saw your comment in the chat.
I just started posting. I put in the chat some other schools to look at. I actually think, Matthew, that 3 or 4, 5, 6 years ago, High Tech High was a bit of a exemplar outlier. I live right close to them, and I know them very well, and they do incredible things. But they are, no longer the outlier that they were. There are schools all over the country that are just doing, fabulous maker stuff, combined with design thinking, combined with changes in their pedagogy, all the way from pre-K right the way through high school. There's some examples in my last book, #EdJourney, and a new book I have coming out in August, and it's exploded in the last 4 or 5 years. Nueva School, ran their conference every 2 years, and they were kind of the beacon out there that people went to, and that's just mainstream now in a lot of places. So both public and private schools, underserved to the hoity-toityest, I'm seeing them just exploding. I think you can, and does anybody have it perfect? Does everybody have, Jackie's complete alignment and scaffold? Well, no. I mean, they're learning it as they go. I'm sure there are out there, and I'm sure Jackie has great examples, but there's a ton of stuff that's happening that wasn't happening 4 years ago.
I wonder, are there schools, you clearly, Grant and Jackie, you are experts at this, and I'm sort of siloed in my school and just curious about what happens out there, but are there schools, I wonder, in my mind, project-based learning or problem-based learning is the most authentic learning that you can do, right? We can't have kids build actual bridges, and they can't try actual courses. But you can build that Tinker School with the little wind sail thing on rails. You can build that, and that's training wheels for the. So if you accept that as an argument that this is about as authentic as it gets, and can you do this all day, 5 days a week? Are there schools that try to do that and do interdisciplinary, like big interdisciplinary projects all the time, and that's all they do, or is that just not a thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. I think it is a thing. I think you've described a metaphorical kind of high tech, high, deeper learning model, and there are schools that do that all day. I see Jackie. Type in Google Expeditionary Learning. Go to Edutopia and Google or search on schools that are doing project-based work where it is the big paradigm. When you say kids can't build an actual bridge. I mean, I remember listening to my good friend Bo Adams at Mount Vernon Presbyterian, where some kids went out and said, and they started designing a job fair in an underserved neighborhood, and the first iteration of it was an utter failure. And the second or third iteration, they had 10 people in the community got job offers. So was it a physical bridge? No, but it was using the exact same mindsets, tools, and capabilities that you would want them to learn in a physical makerspace, and they're applying it to some real world problem. That stuff's going on all over the place now. And so, are students doing projects like that 100% of the time? Well, no, it gets dicey when you get up into high schools. More high schools are concerned about their subject requirements and their standards and their college admissions. We're starting to see a few cracks in the dam there, but there's a lot of that stuff going on in a lot of different schools. Just start poking around these various Deeper Learning Network, Edutopia. You're going to find a lot of schools doing a lot of that.
So, I think I'm on. So, Kathy, you want to go and mention the comment you had in the chat about Wrestle?
Let me unmute. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I teach kindergarten, and we do an hour each day of what we call genius time. And at first, it is free form. And I started to get concerned that, well, maybe there wasn't enough depth academically. And I thought, well, maybe I need to move it to be more structured and give them a task. But what I found was that as it was intuitive, as it came very authentically from their own minds, they were building learning that was so much greater than if I had programmed it. So I wonder if we start to say, well, let's figure out different ways to build a bridge or a maze, that then we're taking back that learning, or we're taking back that student-driven opportunity. So I found by just leaving it open, yes, it was messy, and looking at it through the lens of an untrained eye, you would say, what is going on? This is nothing more than free choice. It really ended up being children finding their unique niches and growing quite strongly.
So I think there's a balance. All right. See you later, Grant. Oh, he left. And I think we could do both, especially with the older kids. So if I say design a bridge, and I have done that, but I still keep it open. So I say, then you guys have to figure it out. I think that you could do like Genius Hour that's very driven. And then you could also do a broad problem. Like at an expeditionary learning, and I put a link in there, I went to their conference a couple years ago, and they were, 6th grade class had a Socratic seminar. And they had to research whether they should build a new, it was in Oakland, a new Bay Bridge. And so they had to do a lot of research, and it wasn't making in the strictest sense, but they still was open-ended, like you say, project-based, inquiry-based, problem-based. Having that open-ended still lets students put a lot of themselves in. So I think there's a balance. I love Genius Hour. I think we should. I think people know what they're interested in, and we should do passion projects, because that we're not there when kids are outside of school. So I want to teach them skills that transfer there. But then I also, like I said, I think if you just have a broad, open-ended project, it could be as, and we're going to do this, I told you the entrepreneurship in the first semester. My second semester next year, I'm going to have them do surveys of what the school needs. And then let the school community decide the problem that the kids are going to need to solve. So it's just a really interesting way to do that. So I'm going to show you some more slides. I'm just checking in. Oh, yay, he's going to get a Raspberry Pi. Yeah, that's a good thing. So the second part of this is just this idea of, let me get back to the slides, that I come from the field of experiential education, and that too often in schools, and I don't want Maker Ed to become the flavor of the month, which I'm scared of, that they say we finished all our work, now we get to play. So I'm into this framework for setting up the Maker experience so it has a context. And this comes from my background, like I said, from experiential education, and this is based off the experiential learning cycle, where you front load or frame it, you do the activity, and you reflect afterward. So I'm just going to quickly go through some of these ideas so you have an understanding. So what it does is it becomes intentional facilitation. So not just we're going to make, and I hope you learned something from it, but I can't be sure. This is actually making sure that there's some learning extracted from this. And this actually helps legitimize Maker Ed too. So this idea of front loading, and again, there's going to be links at the bottom. These are some definition of front loading. Again, it's basically just setting up the activity for the learners to, what you want them to focus on during the activity. This was from a blog post, some of the ways you could frame it. You can use a backstory, which is real popular in experiential ed. You've been hired to create an invention to bring kindness in the world. So that's a little bit what Kathy's talking about, but we're kind of expanding it to, it's in between free passion-based Genius Hour and having a more structure, but it's still open enough for the kids' personalities, the learners, a lot of times they're adults. Essential questions. I love the how do inventors, engineers, scientists, mathematicians, or artists solve problems. We could build on previous activities. This actually was how I framed, it's called squishy circuits. And it was design thinking. And my students had, squishy circuits are using Play-Doh to light up LEDs. And my students had to design a squishy circuit project for a classmate. And the client couldn't touch any of the materials, only the designer could. So the kids learned interviewing skills, empathy, how to design something based on someone else's specifications. And it was pretty powerful. So it was framed, not just let's make squishy circuits, but you're a designer for a client. So I'll just show you a little bit of this clip.
I get yellow for window. I want this light and this light to be like the sun. I want to be like a weird shape, so they're not just like ovals coming out around the thing. And then that on the top, and then these will be sprinkles of width and then height.
They had to do it scale, so they learned
So
math.
how tall is it gonna have to be in the scale?
Let's use some sprinkles to cover up those holes.
And you're going to see they're measuring to see if their scale model works.
What about width? I want it like this flat circle.
And we talk about authenticity. This isn't a real world, but it is a real world problem for them. So scale meant more to them there than if I just introduced it on a worksheet.
It's gonna be 8 feet.
You want it 8 feet by 8 feet?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big cake. That's the feet.
Because I'm gonna have lots of cake.
All right. Let me just show you. I keep doing that. Let's go down. Standards. You can put those on. And these were from Canada. They're excellent. And then a big one for me is social emotional learning. So you could bring in questions. And again, I have links for this. Questions like, how are you going to tolerate frustration? Because it happens all the time. How are you going to ask for help? Which they don't know how. I do 3 before me, and they look at me like I'm crazy because I keep telling them to ask their classmates. So there's a series, but you could have them focus again. What do you want the intention to be when they're making? All right, I'm going back to the Google Hangout to see if there's any comments on that.
I was just going to ask Jackie, what do you think, like, and it's funny, interesting, because she says, look, we have kindergartners, and we're going all in, Genius Hour. It sounded like, or Genius Time, all in kindergarten. And that was fascinating to me. I didn't know, although you could argue that kindergarten always has been sort of Genius Time, but she's doing it explicitly. Like, she's saying, we're setting this hour aside for you to do anything that you are passionate about. I think if I heard Kathy right. And then the way my school approaches is that we're doing sort of a traditional STEAM class where we do this sort of heavy scaffolding. Like, you're going to build, it's this sort of freedom within structure model. So they have a lot of freedom, but it's within a pretty rigid structure. Like, we start with paper roller coaster. Like, you're going to build a roller coaster. It's going to be, 2 feet wide and 2 feet long and 2 feet high, and it's going to have a ping pong ball, and you're going to. And so, what's your take on, like? And STEAM classes, I feel like in fact, I know STEAM classes are more common. Well, do I mean that? I don't know. I feel like STEAM classes are more common than. What's your take on the difference? Like, why do we need both? Do we want both? Are there pluses and minuses? Like, what's your take on that?
Well, I think that's why that model I showed you previously really stood out for you. Because again, I expected my population when I'm doing Maker is 2nd through 6th graders in the summer Maker camps. And then in the school year, it's my gifted kids. They don't know how to use tape. I'm appalled. They don't know how to take tape and get it off the thing. Some of them can't cut around things when we do the origami. So I think they do need those basic skills. And if you talk about the specifications like 2 feet wide and 4 feet tall, sometimes when you're a designer and your clients, that just like those kids who did the squishy circuits, the designers didn't have a choice. Their client was saying, I want it 4 feet tall, and I want it, and then how are we going to scale that? So I think that has a place too, because the world does, when you're a designer or when you're a service oriented, whether it be a tech company, you have teachers at your school saying, I want this for my tech use. You can't say, you could offer other suggestions, but pretty much you do what your client says. But then for kids to develop their passions, because I want them to have something in life that they either as a job or outside of their job that they're really excited about. And so it's a facilitated passion project. See, I'll have to write a blog post. I like the facilitated 20% time, because you're still there. And when kids get stuck, which they often do, when I do my open-ended projects, I'll go, why don't you get online like you're doing here? You have interests, but I'm helping and Kathy's helping. And when Grant was here, we're offering our suggestions rather than you doing it by yourself and flopping in the wind. So there is some structure even to Genius Hour. And it's neat because it becomes a learning community. I talk about this idea of, and even yesterday I went to a tech workshop on HyperDocs, and I stayed and talked to, and she said, she's the learning coach for Santa Fe Public Schools, and she said, it's just horrible that teachers think they have to know it all rather than being learners with the students. And that's what's exciting about this too. My kids teach me probably as much as I teach them.
Are these do you have any one or two favorite of these facilitated passion projects that you go back to again? Like, for example, the one that you showed me that struck me was that kindness machine or whatever. Do you have any one or two favorite facilitated passion projects that you love or not so much?
I'll put in the chat, or I'll tweet out some of the, I blog about all my projects. This design thinking, the one I just showed you, was actually scaffolded. Like at first they had to do, what was the first? The great egg drop with straws and stuff. So that was, and their egg became their client. So they personified the egg. They named it, they gave it a personality so that they were connected more to their egg. And so it was pretty cool. So I did a whole blog post on design thinking. I don't know what's neat, and I think I wish more teachers would do this, is trying things you never tried. Because the worst thing that happens, and I teach teachers too, I tell them this, is you say, and I do say it, this isn't working, let's move on. I don't know why that's so hard for teachers to do. Like that whole design thinking series, and you saw one of the last ones, and they designed video games, which was really cool, is I never tried any of them before. And most of them are pretty successful, and it's very cool to see their engagement. I don't know if you noticed well, you missed the beginning slides. I showed the kids doing their projects. The level of engagement is phenomenal. And I think teachers are missing that when they don't let kids and learners, it could be high school students, just jump in and do things. And because 100% engagement is pretty incredible to watch in a class.
For sure. Jackie, I want to thank you so much. I have to step out, get ready for the next session, but I met Kathy last night. It was a pleasure meeting you. It was a pleasure meeting Jackie and Grant today. It's funny, you don't realize how many people who are passionate about making out there, and there are a lot of people who are passionate about making out there.
Well, I appreciate your input today. I'll tweet out the link to with the hashtag so you can see this. All right, I'm just going to go through real quickly the final slides. And then close. I just want you to see that the reflective piece is really important. So John Dewey, who I think most of us know and love, says we don't learn from experience, we learn on reflecting on experience. And I don't think we're as intentional as we should be. We tend in schools to finish a project and go to the next one, and I'm really into reflective practice. This was some research done by Harvard about the importance of reflection. And again, this information's in the slides. This is work by Sylvia Tolosano about documenting learning. And I end up, and you could look at these later, I end up, because the kids are so active, I become the photographer. And these were from my 2 gifted classes. So if you have a chance, I'm really excited about sharing this. The kids' parents know. And you could see the level of and the type of activities. But I take the pictures and then they use them for their own reflection. Like I said, they're always blogging their processes. So this was that design. I communicated with my friend Breeza. She's the one that designed it. I was the one that made it. Design project we did where they had to make these gamey bots on the top, and they designed homes for them based on, again, personality and having clients. But there's lots of ways for reflection. You can actually, making can be part of the reflection using a lot of Web 2.0 tools. So to honor its universal design for learning, giving kids choice, I didn't do it enough, but I'm going to next year. Conference presentation at ISTE on making, and she did a word cloud about what we did. You can make a comic strip. This was one from one of my students. We did a whole day of Pi Day activities, interdisciplinary. And then you could do multimedia presentations. This was one about, this was at ISTE.
Well, the afternoon started with instructions, motor, leaves, battery and pack, container, texters and instructions. And what we did was up to us, but we had to try to build a scribbling robot.
So again, this is honoring, this is
had
the
the
way
production
I gave them the
phase,
same
I had to
choices
prototype
as
and
here.
troubleshoot. We tried lots of different ways. I started off with 4 texters and ended up with 3. When it started to work, it was amazing.
See, that's
it actually
what I like.
started to draw an almost perfect circle. Not a whole circle, but just
That's
part
what's
of one.
powerful about making, and her reflecting on it. She was able to reflect on her process, and also you heard her reaction, the emotional piece. Yay, I did it. This was another one. I'm not going to show the whole thing just because I want to just close it. This was 2 years ago. I still want to know how they created it. I think they did such a good job. So like I said, making becomes the reflection of making. This was another media presentation.
Dean here, just discussing my making experience. So I explored paper circuitry, mucking around with some LEDs, tried to make a hat that didn't work out too well, and
you do an audio message. They did a Voki. It'll take forever to load. I just showed it at ISTE as part of it, and some of the groups just fell in love with this, and they wanted to try it for the reflection.
Hey there. We had so much fun today. We created various circuits and even got a free book. We also created doodle bots. This was a bit of a challenge and we had to find ways to solve issues that came up. Our group members were very supportive.
You could do an ebook. Again, I'm going to offer, you could do an animation, infographic. I had my 6th grade boys just fell in love with PictoChart. I love PictoChart too. And these are just some other resources. I have a website on Maker Ed and I blog a lot. So just want to get some final thoughts. Kathy, you have some final thoughts? Oh, great. Yay. You can do Voki.
That trailer that you liked so much is iMovie, and it's very easy to use. It's just called Trailers. They have it pre-programmed for you. You just plug in your pictures. So it's an easy way to make something look really posh. Do you, Jackie, have a way, if you could coach me, how to save the comment stream on here?
Maybe
today.
Maybe Ed Change could help us. How do you save comments from the chat in Hangout? I don't think he knows. I know.
No, there's no way of actually saving these. We can, I can quickly copy them and paste them into a doc and make them available for you guys, though, if that'll help. And we're going to have to actually stop the broadcast so we can switch over because Google only allows us 8 hours and it's going to cut you off. And so instead of cutting off abruptly, we're going to stop the broadcast. So if you have any final thoughts, go ahead and do it now. But I will make sure that I'm copying the notes here and make it available to you.
Thanks. That was amazing. I so appreciate your time. Feel honored to have participated.
Oh, Kathy, you made my day. Thank you so much. I appreciate your input too. I copied it too. All you need to do is highlight it and copy.
Yeah, I copied it. I'll put them together. Thanks, though. I appreciate it.
All right.